Good morning and welcome to the Town of Surf City work session agenda. Well, I hope y'all are comfy and settled in for the day. At this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order and call upon Trudy Solomon to lead us in our invocation, and Mayor Pro-Tem Jeremy Shugarts will lead us in our pledge.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us all here today. Thank you for this wonderful sunshine, this wonderful, beautiful place we live, and all the people who are a part of it. Lord, we ask that you bless those who are hurting, who are grieving, who are in some type of sorrow at this point. Lord, help us to be good neighbors to them and love on them, and just be good representatives of this community. Beyond that, Lord, all of the people who work here for the town are people who keep us safe, are people who keep us organized, who keep things running, Lord. We're just so thankful for them. We ask that you give them all the wisdom and discernment that they need. Help us to all do things to work together, enjoy our jobs here, make this place just even better than it is, and adhere to the needs of those who live here, those who visit here, those who travel to experience just a little taste of beauty that we have, and we're just grateful for all of it. We ask that you give us all the listening ears that we need, the discernment that we need, the understanding that we need to make good decisions here today, and just bless our beautiful town. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can I please have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda. We're both
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Do we have any public comments? Hearing no public comments, we'll move along to item number 1, which is the North Carolina League of Municipality voting delegate. Carla?
Yes. The league requires that we appoint a delegate annually to cast the city's vote on the proposed advocacy goals for the league, and Mr. Brewer's been doing that. We recommend that he continue.
Just want a consensus to move forward? Do we have a consensus to move forward with Kyle remaining the delegate?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Item number 2 is the committee handbook update, and Carla will present as well.
So in your packet, you have the suggested changes for the committee handbook update. The changes would include at least 2 ordinance amendments, one of those being Article 4, just basic language changes, and then also to remove the Parks and Rec Commission from the ordinance and add them as just part of the handbook. Another change would be to add a general page that applies to all committees except for those that are driven by statute, which would be the Planning Board and the Board of Adjustment. Both of those have also been changed in the book to reflect current statutes that needed to be updated. Does anybody have any questions?
So this is just house cleaning and consistency.
Yeah, it's adding a lot of consistency so that every committee basically operates the same, again, except for Planning Board and Board of Adjustment, which are statute-driven.
Again, just a consensus? Do we have consensus for the update of the handbook?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Carla. Next up is the Magnolia Reserve Phase 7, and Sean Olds will present.
James Fentress of Stroud Engineering is requesting approval of the final plat for phases 7A and 7B of the major subdivision known as Magnolia Reserve. Their preliminary site plan was approved. Let me try to get a picture here for Their preliminary site plan was approved by the town council in 2018. The submitted project showed a 200-lot subdivision being built out in 3 phases. Since that time, the development has recorded in 7 phases, and the final stages, 7A and 7B, consist of the last 15 lots of the 200-lot master plan. The overall tract of land is bordered by NC 210 on the north, Saltwater Landing on the east, and the Town of Surf City Water Treatment Plant on the west. Phases 7A and 7B infrastructure is complete except for the sidewalks and the street trees. These will be bonded to enable home construction to complete without damaging the required improvements if placed prior. The developer proposes to bond these for recording. Phase 7B road extension is intended to eventually connect on through to Elena Court per staff's recommendations. The adjacent property has been annexed into the town for these reasons, and currently there is a planned extension that has been named Magnolia Reserve Phase 8 that is currently in the planning process. The action requested is approval of the final plat for the Magnolia Reserve Phases 7A and 7B with the letter of credit. And staff recommendation is approval of the final plat for Magnolia Reserve 7A and 7B with the letter of credit. And this is the approved final plat information with all the lots, which might be hard for you guys to see up there, but.
There was one lot, I think that, so I think the developer is supposed to pave the rest of that portion. Is that correct?
That is.
And there was one lot that was in between that wasn't going to get paved? You aware of that?
I'm not entirely too sure about that one, no. That would be something I could reach out to Jimmy about and ask him, because as far as I know, most of the construction has been completed, except for the sidewalks and the street trees. So I'll follow up with him on that to make sure that's done.
You have something? Was that what it was? Yeah. Okay. That has nothing to do with this one? Okay. All right, thank you.
Anything else?
Just need a consensus to move forward if no one has any questions. Good? Good. All right. Thank you, Sean. Item number 4, delinquent tax list, and Melissa, our finance officer, will come up and present.
Morning, Council. Each year we're required to present to you a listing of all our delinquent taxes before we post them in the newspaper. So this is your notification that this will be advertised in the newspaper in the next couple of weeks. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. And this is only real property.
Only real property.
And there is an updated Pender list that you have in front of you that we will make sure is the one that's published.
So if you don't want your name in the paper, pay your taxes, right?
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
what you're telling us?
Yes.
All right.
And once we advertise, we will begin the foreclosure process this year. So we'll be starting early. So that's the early posting this year.
Anyone have any questions? If not, we just need a consensus on this? Yes. Okay. We are good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is Parks, Recreation, Tourism, Organizational Assessment, and Kyle Brewer will present.
Right. Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council, members of the public, and of course, our esteemed staff here. Wanted to go over the Parks, Recreation, and Tourism Organizational Assessment with you. So if you'll recall, with the departure of our prior Parks, Recreation, and Tourism Director, I felt like it was prudent to go ahead and take a outside look at the organization, especially as we continue to see a massive amount of growth within that department, and of course other departments within the town, and make sure that the foundations were secure for future growth within that department according to the vision of the town. So what we did was we contracted with the Cape Fear Council of Governments, and in turn partnered with the Piedmont Triad Regional Council, or councils, to conduct that assessment. We did interview two separate entities to perform this, and ultimately selected the Council of Governments to lead the process. So during that process, Human Resources and I met with the Council of Governments, or COG, to kind of go over what we wanted them to pursue. Again, looking at the foundation of the department and making sure that we had that on solid ground to be able to build into the future. The second thing that we wanted them to look at specifically was the function of the T in PRT, or the tourism side of it, and is there a viable option to separate that out into different function outside of Parks and Recreation. With that direction, they then held interviews with the Parks, Recreation, and Tourism staff, and they reported back to Human Resources and I. Just wanted to let you know that all of staff at PRT were extremely responsive, very helpful, on time, and very cordial in this process, and I do thank them for all of that, because we had let them know that this was happening, so there was really no surprise with it. But they did present back some statistics that I wanted to go over with you real quick, because I thought that it was interesting, and I'm sure some of this stuff will come out in our master plan. But they did look at comparison municipalities, and generally, these were beach towns within North Carolina, and also somewhat within our region. So 10 separate entities, with Leland probably being the largest municipality, but then some other larger beach towns. Carolina Beach was certainly in there as well, Swansboro, Wrightsville Beach, Oak Island, and others. So just for some of the demographic and analytic comparisons, Surf City and where we rank, growth rate, the first of 10, so 1 out of 10. I would have assumed Leland would have been up there, but we were 1 out of 10. Our Parks and Rec spending per capita based on population is 1 out of 10. The children under 18, we are 2nd of 10. Land area, 3rd of 10. Population, 5th of 10, tax base, 7th of 10, and median household income, 8th of 10. So what this is a glaring representation of is the commitment and resources in which this town provides to Parks, Recreation, and Tourism, and the overall well-being of our residents, and the usage that they enjoy from the programs in which we provide. The other thing I wanted to note out of that was the first metric and the second metric and the last metric, and the comparison between that, again, tells another story. With our median household income, 8th of 10, however, our per capita spending being 1st of 10. So that basically says that you all are expending more resources than essentially you take in, just because of the median income that we have. So that's a much more value added to our residents and participants of all of our programs. Again, some additional data, there's some broken down the percentages that you can sort of see within the packet, and the resources provided, tax base, land areas, again, every metric that I had just gone through. So ultimately, what the recommendations that came out of this, which presented a little bit of a surprise, again, anticipating the direction that we had given them to analyze the tourism side of the department, was to maintain those functions generally, which we kind of combine with Welcome and Event Center and our special events side of it, but was to keep that under the larger umbrella of the Parks and Recreation and Tourism Department. And the reasoning behind that, and through communication with staff, and management was that, the town places a high value on special events throughout the town, and that provides services back to our residents and visitors. And when we have those large events, it becomes a all-hands-on-deck approach, which it does with other departments within the town. And the concern was that if we did separate this out, there could be a fragmentation of those resources that go into those events and other programs that they operate. So that was the reasoning behind it, and listening to those reasonings, I certainly understand that, and I do support that. So the outcome of the organizational chart recommendations was generally consistent. However, a big void that we see is the availability of part-time staff, and part-time staff fills such a critical role within the Parks, Recreation, and Tourism Department for all the programs that they operate, all the athletic programs, as well as youth and adult programs. And sometimes the staff just need more hands and more assistance. And even though we might have 2 part-time staff, under athletics, we'll just use that as an example. Somebody might not be available, and then the burden goes back onto the supervisor to do some of the things of setting up the fields or painting lines or everything that it does take to operate the functions of that division. So the major change that we saw here was going into the Welcome and Event Center and special events, and essentially the organizational chart today looks a little bit different, in which we have a supervisor that is over the Welcome and Event Center, and we also have a supervisor that's over special events. So this recommendation would combine those 2 positions to create one single recreation program supervisor that would oversee the functions of the Welcome and Event Center and special events. And those are sort of tied together in the things that we do. We program the Welcome Event Center in conjunction with special events. So what this would look like is bringing those 2 functions under one single umbrella, eliminating the special events supervisor, and then going into coordinator, and then adding a part-time administrative assistant to go under the special events. The Welcome and Event Center would maintain the 2 part-time administrative assistants that work within the Welcome and Event Center. Then the other recommendations came with adding an additional part-time athletics program assistant to help with the athletics, as previously mentioned, and then adding a part-time employee for after-school counselor, specifically tied to the CDL portion or function of what they do. So again, right now we have seasonal after-school counselors, but they're not getting their CDLs. And then we have seasonal camp counselors, which are generally not getting their CDLs. What this would do would be to be able to fill in for the coordinator position as well as the supervisor position, who both do have their CDLs, but that's not the best use of their time if they're having to drive the bus back and forth to pick kids up from school or take them on field trips. So what this would look like is having a dedicated part-time after-school counselor. That would be a year-round part-time position, not just a seasonal. So we've made some adjustments in years past, especially with summer camp and hiring school staff that drive school buses to fill some of those roles, but the need is still there for us to have a dedicated CDL driver for the part-time position. So with this being said, the action that needs to occur, and we're working on looking at the job description, is tying, again, those 2 functions back into a single supervisor position, and then classifying that position accordingly, which would be a grade above the current Welcome and Event Center supervisor at a grade 10. And then I believe the special events supervisor is a grade 10 as well. I'm looking on the fly. It's okay. It doesn't really matter. But the grade would go to an 11 as the supervisor over those two functions. So with that being said, the organizational assessment I think is solid and something that we should move forward with, and I'm prepared to do that. But the action that will need to be taken would be to create that position within the pay and grade classification system for the town. And if council is okay with this, then we would be prepared to move forward at your next meeting to formally adopt that. Happy to answer any questions that.
Al, I got a couple of questions for you. So, on this chart, I notice I don't see the word tourism anywhere but with the director.
Yes.
So what troubles me is, I feel that tourism is our number one. That's our number one revenue generator in this town, 100% by far. And so I feel like this chart minimizes that, because where is that person that's responsible for that? I think you're just huddled into this. Also, I'm concerned about, I think that with the past, I think we also need to look at an assistant director, because we run into these situations that the director leaves, and now we're left holding the bag, and somebody needs to be able to pick up the pieces and continue to run, so the rest of us are not, we're not paying that price from that person's actions for leaving, whatever they may be. So those are two things that I'm concerned about in this flow chart here, because there's more emphasis, if you notice, on the recreation program, which I have no problem with, but let's not forget, we make millions of dollars from tourism coming into our town, and that has got to be a big emphasis for us. I don't want it minimized.
Is that just a matter of job titles? Is that just something to be tweaked there on the job titles?
Yeah, the job functions of those positions
Yeah.
are not changing.
Yeah.
Basically, you have, right now, you have Tabitha and Taylor, right? One of them oversees the Welcome Center. One of them oversees special events. What this does is brings one person to oversee then those two branches, and you have one point person, like, for example, working with the P-set. You don't have this fragmented system in which it's being applied to the overall goals of the department and the function. This doesn't, again, it doesn't change any of the direction, the vision of the department. It's just trying to bring it to one singular oversight of both of those functions.
That I agree with.
Yeah.
But specifically, if I have the title, I'm Director of Sales, and then, by the way, you can do operations on the side. It's not the same as if I'm Director of Tourism or if I'm in charge of tourism. So I'm just saying is, unfortunately, to bury tourism inside of somewhere without somebody being job specific about that troubles me, because that is our number one revenue generator here. And so I don't see here, nothing here is our number one revenue generator. Most of this is spending money, right? Do you understand my concern?
Yeah.
I feel tourism is being also, I know you believe in it big time, but I think we also need to, I'd be remiss not to say that it's important that we have a position that makes sure that this is a priority for our town. Yeah. A priority. Or at least somebody have that in this flow chart should be responsible for tourism, just not be buried into a subtitle.
Yeah, and that would, we can change titles of positions, and we haven't even come up with a solid title for, if you really want a mouthful, the Welcome and Event Center and Special Events Supervisor. That's what that would end up being if you really if only you did was combine those things. But essentially right now, the Welcome and Event Center Supervisor is your tourism person. It always has been. I think this gives us an opportunity to expand on what we're doing and have somebody to give direct oversight and tie those two functions in, even though they do work extremely well together. I don't like it fragmented.
I agree. I just want to see the word tourism in something.
Sure.
Job specific. I'm being honest, okay?
It's not on this, it's not
I have another
specifically
question too. I
printed
asked the
here.
mayor here
Yeah.
on this population. I'm sorry for asking a question. I know we have so much to do today. when we have population, so I can pick 5 neighbors that do not vote in Surf City that live in Georgia. I mean, they're licensed, say, Georgia, Florida, Arkansas, Nebraska. Are they counted in the census here?
No.
So this, our population is truly not real.
Correct. And you have very similar effects with the cohorts in which were part of the assessment, because they're all, generally beach towns.
In essence, and those people that are not, they live somewhere else, but they live here, their children are in Parks and Recs programs, right?
Potentially, yeah.
So,
Yeah.
for sure they are.
Yeah.
Okay, so my point is, these numbers are very skewed.
Yeah.
Very skewed, because technically they could be greater than 8,000 or 7 or 8,000. So how do we adjust our model for that? Because we're basing things based on, like, this is a great report, but they didn't, in this report, did they do a assessment of how there could be 40 more or 50 more % citizens here that are technically citizens, but they're not citizens because of the military? So was that taken in consideration too?
Yes, so what they did with that analysis was looked at our programming and looked at participation, and, that becomes evident when you have, I'm just going to spitball, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. When you have 16 teams for soccer, that probably, under 8 years old, you have X amount of teams. Well, we probably don't even have that many kids that live in Surf City, potentially, that are filling those roles. So the second phase of this that gets implemented, and another level of organizational assessment comes through your master plan. So that master plan then lays out future growth within the department to be able to add on new positions. This is a snapshot of right here and right now, and this is the foundation that I'm seeking to put in place so that we have that solid ground to build upon for future years. I don't feel like there's no negate. We're not trying to negate any assessment of need, but we are pretty much at max capacity of the facilities in which we currently have on the ground for all of our programming. So, there's got to be an equal growth of facilities and fields, et cetera, and then programming that goes with
Last thing I want to say is, so my wife Tracy, as the volleyball coach at the Surf City Middle School, they had 96 children try out for volleyball. And she talks to all these other coaches in all these other towns on this list, they're lucky to get 20 kids out to try out for volleyball. So she has to cut 76 children or 80 children for a team. So this is why this reflection of these numbers are very similar. And a lot of those are children, their parents are in the military.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that we all recognize the growth within Parks and Rec, especially over the last couple of years. And when we started out on in this journey or process, I kind of raised a red flag a little bit to say, hey, there's going to have to be some additional level of commitment to be able to keep up with the demands. And those are the things we're talking about in the bigger picture of phase 2 at the Earl G, and then staffing that has to coincide with that from facilities and grounds, from Parks and Rec, all these things that all kind of play back into the whole equation of parks, recreation, and tourism within the town.
What is your take on an assistant director, is my question, because of the situation that we're in now. So what is your take on that?
Yeah, so first and foremost, I could not speak any more highly of Susan Valiente and the role that she plays within this town. And her being the recreation admin supervisor, again, a title that is a little bit hard, but they kind of speak a different lingo in Parks and Rec sometimes. But Susan and her business management and supervisory role over the administrative functions of that department can serve in somewhat of that role to keep things moving, because she's over all the administrative functions within that role. Now, we would anticipate at some point in the near future that position is going to need to be refilled. And I think that would be a great time to take a look at that. Let's get a new director in and try to make that decision, and that might be something that we're talking about next year, not down the road, though.
I think too, it's important to note that like with our recreation and our athletics, like those actually do generate an income of some sort for the town specifically, where tourism drives a lot of funding for our residents and our business owners and stuff like that. So even though those aren't things that we see on a larger scale necessarily as an income, people pay to participate in all of that stuff. And that's kind of what helps keep Parks and Rec funded as well as a whole. So I appreciate that this happened, because I think it's something that's been needed for a long time.
Yeah, and that's I think another thing we've wanted to see is having annual reports to show the tourism impact on the town and what that does to help offset some of the ad valorem tax, that we generate, because tourism does have that offset, and we're able to do things like nourish a beach or do whatever those things are made to do that we would not be able to do without it. That's just the bottom line of it. 10 cents already goes to that, but that is not covering what we need to be doing as a beach town with these extra needs. So we'll look at title stuff, and if you're okay with it, we'll bring back. You don't have to adopt this by any means, but if I can just have a consensus for Lydia and I to bring back the pay and classification scale, get that in place, and then we got some hiring to do. So.
Okay.
But thank you for the
Thank you.
comments, and certainly.
All right, we'll move forward to item number 6, Station 25 expansion. And
Right.
Kyle will present.
Okay, so this is one of 3, I will say, as part of our facilities expansion project. This one so happens to be the least involved from the civil engineering side of things. So working with DR Reynolds, who is our design build contractor of record on these projects. And I will mention we are expected to see a guaranteed maximum price on the utilities building on March 31st. But Fire Station number 25 addition was recognized as a facility expansion need within the town prior to the onset of us going out and hiring DR Reynolds to do the analysis and put together the GMPs for these facilities. And ultimately, what we looked at for station number 25 was the growth of the mainland area within the district, the need for additional equipment and apparatus, and right now, I went back and talked to Chief. We have to do a maneuvering if we need to pull a asset out of the bay. We have to take an asset out before we can pull another one out. So that does create some operational concerns. Another one is we're running out of wall space from all the firefighters that we have working in there. But ultimately, what DR Reynolds has delivered is a guaranteed maximum price on the Station 25 addition. Within your information provided, it gives a project breakdown, but generally, I will just let you know this project adds a bay to the east side of the building. Working within some fire code, we have some separation things that we have to do within the structure to meet that. It adds a vestibule on the north side to where we would have a dedicated entrance into that facility. Right now, it's a little, no offense, it's a little awkward when you go over to Station 25. You don't know what door's open, what door's locked, or if you're just walking in a bay, et cetera. So it adds that entrance to the facility. It includes some signage updates, and then replaces the vinyl wall up front and a vinyl fence, and puts a CMU or block wall up there to sort of match some of this stuff. In addition, the things that have to go along with the fire department, include the ply movement, which is the exhaust capture process. This also replaces the generator and has fuel storage within the generator that we would want to see metered so that we can utilize that for our own purposes. And then the other things I wanted to point out real quick was the national and international markets right now with tariffs and steel, lumber, et cetera. There is a potential cost increase line item here of $75,000 that we do feel like if we move on this a little bit quicker, we can hopefully try to avoid as at the greatest extent possible. And then also there's a couple other line items that I think that we can probably negotiate to bring down. One thing that comes out to me is landscaping on here at $37,500. I feel like we can probably bring that down. So regardless, the GMP being set at 1.529 million, working with finance with this project, we do feel like it's probably best to, if council wants to move forward with this, take this project as a standalone project and advance it through our capital reserve funding, which right now we have about 1.3 million. And again, our capital reserve account, just so you know, 'tis the season for it, is that anytime we have any sort of debt service that comes off of our debt schedule, we shovel what those payments would have been into that reserve account. So over the last really couple years, we haven't been doing this a long time, we have built that up to about 1.3. So essentially we'd be looking at a cash flow in the project and trying to move forward with it as quickly as we can. So that's what I present to you with this Station 25 project. Chief is here. Chief has been part of the team, as well as Deputy Chief Hall, Chris Carter, and David Price, and IT, et cetera. So it's been a team to work on some of these things, and we'll continue to do that. But again, they're here to answer any questions, especially if there's some operational questions for the fire department.
Okay. Jeremy, you got questions?
I got lots of questions.
Let's get 'em. Chief, probably come out with.
So I want your facility, and I'm good with the facility, but I think a lot of these costs are way overinflated. I'm going to be honest with you, probably by $300,000 for sure. Just looking at the steel, looking at, for example, you talk about grading, so that's site prep, the grading, right? It's flat property out there.
Yeah.
So you're telling me 90 grand to site prep that property? So I struggle with that. Just like erection, 193.9, that's pretty high for that metal, for that steel, that's like probably 50,000 over than really what it should be, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying you did anything wrong. I'm just saying these do not look right. Like landscaping, 37 grand. Yeah, I'll do it for 7,500.
Yeah.
I'm just saying this. I just a lot of things I don't like here.
Yeah. Well, and those are the things that, again, they have to be able to present something that is going to minimize builder risk. Because when they submit this, it becomes their contractual obligation to perform. Correct. And those are the things that, we wanted to try to present so that there's then again back protections on us so that we don't get in a position of the reverse of that.
Well, you're doing a fixed contract, fixed turnkey
Correct.
contract
Yeah.
with the builder, right?
That's
But
correct.
in the same aspect, how do you do this? So you got potential cost increase of 75 grand, but then you got builder contingency of 50.
Yeah.
In my book, that's the same thing.
Yeah.
So you have $125,000. I think that's excessive.
Yeah.
So-
And we did talk to them about that in their presentation, and they said, look, this is due to the volatility of the markets. If we prolong this project until August or September, after the budget process, we have to put this in. But I truly feel that it would not be dollars going out the door if we move on it now. Now in 6 months, prices may be lower. I still yet to see a lot of that stuff, and just kind of going off of instinct and looking at other trends that, you know, this town has done with any sort of construction project or buying anything. Things just continue to go up.
And my question isn't with you or yourself, or Chris, because I believe that you do get the best deal, but I think people see the word town and they see the word sucker and they think we're going to screw you.
Yeah,
We're going to screw
sure.
you. I feel like I'm being screwed right here.
Yeah.
That's what I look at these numbers.
It feels like it a little bit, huh?
It does a
Well,
little,
there's
yes,
another one
it
on there,
does.
the 8% of construction costs. I don't know. That sounds like the same thing again.
Well, the whole last part of this just doesn't make sense to me. Being in the business of doing these things.
And if we
Yeah,
turn
there's
this
a
in,
lot of
it's not coming in under.
Yeah, because the thing is, potential cost increase, owner contingency, 8% construction, builder contingency. Holy crap, that really are the same thing wrapped in one, is what they are. So what we're going to do is, by the way, I'm going to have you wash my car, but you're really not going to wash my car. You're just going to bring a bucket of water. But don't wash my car with a bucket of water. Just throw some soap on it. This is the same thing. We're breaking it down for the same result. So I don't know what we can do. I want you to have this. I'm in favor of you getting it, 100%.
I agree.
I'm not going to build it for you, okay? But I also want to protect our interest also, too.
So what I'll do is, hearing of those concerns, and again, I shared those same concerns with you. We'll go back to DR Reynolds and talk to them about these and provide explanation and/or reduction, hopefully reduction. And based on those conversations, we'll provide a supplemental memo to the board. I just look at you to remind me. Supplemental memo that would come with the project budget to get this completed. And again, there'll at least be understanding and justification of it, and, you know, where will there be money given back to the town if X, Y, and Z does not occur. That's kind of the way
That
I
was
would.
my question, sorry. So, and I don't know because I don't do this type of contract. It says there's a 50-50 split basically on any potential savings, I guess. So if they end up coming in under budget, whatever that number is, we only get half of it back. Is that normal for this?
No. No. I mean, it must be in municipal government, because it's not in the real world. You know, if I save money, I save money.
Well, and I get coming in under budget for a project and there being some sort of a bonus, but to split it seems a little excessive. So I don't know if we have the ability to negotiate that as well. Like, I would love for them to come in under budget, and rightfully so. Like, I mean, my dad worked in commercial construction and he got bonuses when he came in under budget. So I get that part of it, but if we have the ability to negotiate that, I think that's important.
If we don't get the answers we want, we will not move forward with it. Again, if I'm not comfortable, because I don't sense your comfort level is going to be there, then we'll wait, you know, until April. It's, again,
Is DR Horton,
DR
DR
Reynolds.
Reynolds Company, the only company that provided a quote?
So the way that we initiated this process is through the design build process. So we interviewed firms on the front end of it. So by selecting DR Reynolds on the front end, we are entrusting them to move forward. Now, what they have to do in the construction process is still follow all public bid requirements. So they'll put the electrical out, they'll put the plumbing out, and they still have to receive the same amount of bids as if it were just if we were paying a general contractor, and then they go out and do it. But then you don't really know what those prices are going to be until that happens. So again, a lot more work on the front end to get to this point as opposed to the reverse of it.
I don't want to hold things up.
Yeah.
But I also want to be smart.
Yeah, I'm not real big on the, we told you it was gonna be this much, but it turned out it was this much, and we're gonna keep half of that. I don't,
Yeah.
that seems odd to me.
Yeah.
Is there a scenario where, and it's just me being unfamiliar with the process of government building, is there a scenario, or is it too risky for the town to coordinate some kind of cost plus versus set price?
I'd have to go back and ask if that's something that they're willing to do.
I'm just spitballing on that.
Yeah.
That way everybody's at the same level of risk.
Yeah. Yeah, because when they're putting this together, they're getting informal information from their vendors to be able to put the budget together.
So you're going to get us back?
Yes, yeah.
I have a question.
We don't want to hold the project up.
Of course, and my suggestion would that we just put this on old business for the next agenda. That way we can have this follow-up discussion, because I want to make sure everybody's comfortable with this, not. Sure. So, thank you, Chief.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Do we have any idea what's underneath this ground that they're building this on? What was there? There was no building prior? No, because when I was reading through their specs, right, they do mention something about if they in the excavating, if they find any tanks, anything that's buried, and I think that's got to do with the cost of the site prep, because you don't want to get a surprise when you're doing it. So, I mean, if we knew that there was nothing ever there, a gas station was never there, a home was never there, then we would feel pretty confident that there would be anything like that would be buried that would require extra care in removing it, you know what I mean?
The investigation that they do is generally going to be soil borings for structural integrity. I don't know what's under any ground anywhere, but I don't think that there would be any sort of concern, of that there's something buried under there that we're unaware of.
I tell you, when I was reading through this,
What if they get Blackbeard's treasures in there?
That'd
Do
be
we get
great.
it?
Yes.
Or do they get
No,
it? They get
we own the
50%?
land.
We own the land, so.
Yeah.
when I was reading through it, I got to say one thing about these DR rentals. I've done this before in my past life, but their list of all the material is right down to the wire nut, which was really, you don't really get that too often.
Sure.
They have the amount of wire, what kind of wire. I mean, just these little things that, if you don't have that up front, they could bill you anything, So, I mean, that's just one thing I noticed that was pretty admirable for them.
Yeah, and DR Reynolds, when they came and gave their initial presentation, they're very keen to building fire stations. So that was one level of comfort. The other side of it was that the three facilities that we're dealing with are steel buildings, metal buildings, and those are generally what they're going to be, their expertise is going to be on. So I think they have uncertainty.
This really isn't their first rodeo.
We wouldn't have hired them.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, it sounds like they've got a good reputation going for themselves.
Okay, thank you, Chief. All right, next up is the Cape Fear RPO Bike and Pedestrian Plan, and Kyle will present.
Okay, so this is something that I was discussing with the prior community development director, and was brought forward through the RPO TAC governing board to adopt a resolution supporting a grant application for the town of Surf City to update its bike and pedestrian plan. So what we're seeking is consensus from the board to move forward with a resolution at your April meeting to support the grant application from the town of Surf City and the RPO to have this plan funded. Generally, it's about a $50,000 plan. We are obligated to 10% of that, so for safekeeping, we will budget $6,000 next year within community development's budget. So this resolution is necessary to move that process forward.
Do we have consensus to move the process forward?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is budget workshop. Does anyone need a break before we go into budget workshop?
Yeah, can we just take a quick break?
All right, let's take a quick break.
Okay.
Oh, you scared them. They thought we were coming back.
Okay.
What page you on? One of what? What's it at the bottom?
One of 137.
Okay, that's what
I
mine
just
says.
figured we'd start at the beginning. I didn't know when to start. Where do you want to start? Who's on the hit parade?
We're just waiting for Jeremy. Let's come back from break and get into this budget workshop with our finance department and all of our department heads. Thank you all for being here. So who's going to take the show?
I'll start us off, Madam Mayor. So this is not the first sort of taste of the budget for the year. We talked about some key strategic initiatives at your retreat and had just some general discussion of it. But department heads, again, do a fantastic job at preparing an annual budget request based on their professional judgment, understanding what operational needs they're facing, what challenges out in the community that they're trying to address, and also keeping in mind enhancement of services back to our residents and visitors. So the 2025-2026 departmental budget presentation is essentially a presentation by town department heads on their budget requests that they have put into the budget software and budget system. Melissa and I have met with each department head to understand or try to understand their departmental requests. We have not gone through and tried to balance a budget at this point. It is a key step in this process for you all to understand what these requests are, so that when we get into the balancing of revenues and expenditures, inherently every year there's challenges that go along with it. That we have to help guide based on your policy direction and the tone in which you set for the citizens in which you serve. So we're going to go ahead and get started with this budget presentation. Each department head has prepared a few key slides and have been provided some recommendations on high-level topics that we felt that they should address with council. I'm going to ask our finance officer, Melissa, to start us off and talk to you about the first element of this is our revenue projections and understanding where some of our trends are on some of our major revenue line items, including your ad valorem, property tax, personal property, accommodations, et cetera. So, Ms. Moore, if you would like to take it over, and then we will then get into each department for them to give their presentations. So.
Good morning, council. We'll talk about the revenues first. So we'll start with our ad valorem taxes. We've budgeted a little over $200,000 more than we did last year. We've seen a gain of $100 million in property from Pender County. The growth for Onslow County was not similar. So last year we budgeted $8,097,000. This year we're budgeting $8,400,000, a little bit over. Our vehicle taxes, we have projected them to be at $325,000. That's an increase of $25,000 from last year. Penalties and interest, with our foreclosure process, we've seen an increase in growth in that because we're actually collecting on some accounts that are fairly past due. And we anticipate that continuing to grow, so we increased that a little bit. Pender County Fire District tax, that number is provided by Pender County. So we increased that from $315,000 to $359,000 for the upcoming year. Onslow County Fire Tax District, we only seen around $3,000 worth of growth last year, and that's what we anticipate for this year. So we budgeted $142,000. Our local option sales tax, over the past several years, we've seen lots of increase.
We need the,
Chris?
Okay, I have the clicker.
Wrong, Chris. Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
What we're going over is actually on this screen, was on this
no,
screen.
now I see it, yeah.
Okay.
No, we don't.
Nope.
Go forward one. Perfect.
Okay. Local option sales tax. Last year we budgeted $2.7 million. We're budgeting $2.8 million this year. We factored in a little bit of growth. We also moved funds that are in the past that have been documented in a different revenue line into here. So there's not a lot of growth in here, and we don't anticipate a lot of growth. We moved that revenue into this line based off a suggestion by the auditors. So it is larger than last year, but it's not based off growth. Option 4 sales tax, that is a payment we receive from Pender County that makes up a difference based off how they collect sales tax. That payment has significantly decreased over the last few years, so we're only budgeting $225,000 this year. We have never budgeted food trucks, but we had an influx, so we're recognizing that revenue this year. It's only $3,500. We budget $100 for dog license, which is normal. Franchise tax, the state of North Carolina collects that for us as well. It comes in quarterly. We do anticipate some growth there. We budgeted $410,000 last year. We're budgeting $480,000 this year. Your telecommunication is also part of that. It's telephone tax, $6,100, which is a decrease. Your sales tax programming, which is what's charged on your dish network, your cable bill, we're anticipating $95,000 for that. Your solid waste disposal taxes, we received that from the Department of Revenue quarterly. We've seen a slight increase in those, so we increased those to $3,800. Beer and wine, right now we have $220,000, but we're probably gonna have to back that down. We receive a quarterly payment from the Pender ABC board. We did receive it for the first quarter. We anticipated receiving it for the second quarter, and we have not as of this time. So if we do not receive it for that quarter or the quarter we're in, we'll have to back that number down. We have $60,000 for ABC revenue. That is an allocation from the state that we receive for the money they collect for beer and wine. The PAL bill, we budgeted $172,000 based on the allocation we received this fiscal year. Court costs, we budgeted $2,500. Interest revenue, we increased that to $1 million from $750,000 last year. We continue to see a significant increase in our interest, but the market's volatile, and that's based on daily performance, so we can go from $1 million to $0 in a day. Rental income, that's $12,000 that we budgeted. That's for tenants that are inside the police department, the old police department. Let me back up. Notary fee, we had to bring it down since we went up on since we introduced a fee. The performance is not what we thought. Rental of the Welcome Center, based off this year's performance, we budgeted $31,000. The SOR contract, based off what they reimbursed us last year, we budgeted $52,280. We've started tracking town citations, so based off this year's performance, we've budgeted $3,000. Off-duty pay, we budgeted $1,000. Fire inspections, $8,000. House moving and demo deposits, $5,000.
Melissa?
Yes, ma'am.
So on a couple of, as you go down the list, fire inspections is there twice, house moving is there twice.
So the ones that are in lowercase, those are line item details.
Okay.
And the second line that is bold, that is actually the subtotal for the account. So only one of those appears in the actual budget number. Building permits, we left it flat at $120,000. That's what we budgeted this year. Electrical permits, we budgeted at $75,000. Plumbing permits, we budgeted flat at $45,000. Installation permits, we budgeted $30,000. The performance when we started this was extremely off for installation permits. When I ran the details yesterday, we may be able to increase that line. With 2 major permits we issued, it changed our performance significantly. So we may be able to increase that line. Heating and air permits, we budgeted a little bit less at $45,000. Our planning applications, we increased to $50,000. Reinspection, we based off this year's performance, we decreased it by a couple thousand at $13,000. Miscellaneous inspections, we increased to 6 based off the performance so far this year. Technology recovery fees, we budgeted less based off where it was at when we initially ran the budget, but as you can see, we've already hit $38,000 this year with the new numbers. Code enforcement fines, we had at $800. Sanitation, this is our GFL account or our trash pickup. Right now we have a placeholder of $1.4 million in there. We will probably be adjusting this because we are taking into account the new contract price, the anticipated increase each year, the additional cost of some personnel that had not been included in previous years that should be, if we're going to truly track the cost of sanitation. So right now we have a placeholder of $1.4 million in there, but we will have you a better number in April when we come to you. Rental of the community center at $30,000. Membership fees and passes, $30,750, same as last year. Athletic camps, we budgeted flat at $30,000. Park rentals at $2,000, same as last year, but we've had a couple checks come in this past week, so you can see we can increase that a little bit. We're at $27.15. Recreation programs, we budgeted flat at $165,000. And then athletics and sponsor revenue, we budgeted with an increase based off this year's performance at $250. And I believe that is all for the general fund. The next revenues would move into,
Can I ask a question?
you sure can, yes, sir.
Earlier, I wish I'd asked it earlier because
Okay.
well, you said option 4 sales tax. I think it was the first or second page. This is just a curiosity thing. You said, I want to say you said it was significantly less. It was something to do with what the county brought. Is that because of the process of how they deliver that, or is it because we didn't sell as much stuff as in town last year as we have in the past?
So this has to do with the method of collection. So as a county, they can choose to collect their sales tax based off ad valorem, which is your property tax, or they can select it based off of per capita. Now, by the option that they chose, we lose money. And now I'm explaining something to you the way it was explained to me. I was not here for this.
That means they gain money.
I can't promise you that. But based off the option they chose on how they're going to collect sales tax, it is detrimental to us. So there is a formula that they use based off their ad valorem tax to determine how much additional sales tax we would have gotten if they'd have chose the other option. So they pay us that difference. Now, when I first got here, that check would be $197,000 a quarter. that check is now $50-some thousand a quarter. We are at their mercy, for
was my
lack of a
next
better
question.
term.
Do we have any say in that or something? Okay.
It's probably something that we should talk to Pender County about extensively. It has decreased this last year, but like I said, you gained $100 million in property tax, so that would impact that number. So when your revow comes around, that number should change again. It's a very unique situation, and this is the first place I've ever worked that they actually opted for that type of sales tax. It's all, everybody else goes by the other sales tax
I
option.
think they're seeing benefits of that option 4 based on the ad valorem growth in the eastern part of the county. Whereas, Surf City, Topsail Beach carried a big stick with that, and now that's starting to even out a little bit with all the development going on in Hampstead. So.
That is your revenues for the general fund. Now we continue on into your accommodations fund, which is your occupancy tax. We also, it appears, have been budgeted the rental of the Welcome Center here as well. I feel like this is probably where it should have gone instead of the general fund, so we'll probably back that out.
Back what out?
We'll have the Welcome Center in the general fund.
So that number for the Welcome Center is what we rented it for the past year, the 3,000?
30,000.
30,000. What's the 3,000?
That is what you budgeted there last year.
Okay.
Well, the fiscal year we're in.
On a couple pages before there was Welcome Center, it said
Yeah, we had-
31,000.
31,000 was a couple of pages back.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. We'll have to back that one out.
Okay.
So what I'm saying, we've budgeted it in Fund 10, and it appears it's been requested in Fund 21 as well. We need to take it out of Fund 10 because the Welcome Center is considered part of the tourism. Do you agree with this, Kyle? Okay. My clicker's not working. After the render of the Welcome Center, while we wait for it to work. The next line in the accommodations tax was your accommodation collections from Pender County. So we budgeted, well, Pender County, $1,642,490, and that's the 3% of occupancy tax that Pender County taxes based for Surf City. So that is the portion that we can use for tourism. Onslow County, we budgeted $95,000 in that number for it as well. We also, that's the only two revenues that are budgeted in Fund 21. Next would be your Fund 30, which are your water charges. We budgeted $3.3 million for water charges. This is based off a model that David uses to project revenues. We budgeted $275,000 for bulk sales. That's the
On
same.
the same,
Yeah, let's stop.
yeah.
Can we get this stuff? I know you guys are working on it, but if there's an issue, let's get it figured out. No.
we need to go back to
back.
accommodations, when she was talking about accommodations.
Keep going back. There you go. That's it. Thank you.
So one was Pender, this is all Pender and Onslow together? And the accommodation tax, that's Pender and Onslow together?
Yes.
Okay.
And those are the funds we can use for tourism. For your water charges, we budgeted $3.3 million, which again, that is a model that David uses to project our revenue. Bulk sales, that's the $275,578. We sell water to Onwassa for the canal streets. Taps and connections, we budgeted at $95,200, and backflow prevention at $77,000. Late fees on water and sewer bills, we budgeted at $155,400. That's an increase from last year. We have a lot of people paying their water bill late, and we'll gladly take their fee. Lease on property, David has some cell phone
Antenna.
I was going to say tower. On the water towers, this is the funds that we generate for that. Sewer charges, we're moving on to Fund 32 now. Again, David has a model that generates this, $5,461,357. It's a slight decrease from last year. Sewer collections for Onwassa, that's for the accounts that Onwassa used to collect for us. We have brought that in-house, but it's still separated out on our spreadsheet. $127,621. He anticipates sewer taps at being $44,800. Now we would move into stormwater fund. That's your next enterprise fund. Your collections, he's projected that in the model at $516,000. Your next fund is your beach nourishment fund, which will be Fund 81. Here is the occupancy taxes that we anticipate coming in that were the Pender portion that can only be spent for beach nourishment. $1,642,490. Based off our collection rate and the anticipated taxes, your 10-cent transfer from the general fund will be $2,017,754 for the upcoming year. So those are all your revenues for the fiscal year. If you have any questions, I will try to answer them the best I can.
I had one question.
Okay.
Just looking back at like on the rental charges of like the park rental, it said $2,000. Is that for, what park rental is that?
So we have park rental fees for Sound Park, all the parks we can rent for different amounts, the shelters. So that's where the funds will be generated to, that's the revenue line.
Thank you. Yeah. You guys want to move forward?
Yes.
You do? Okay. Okay. Awesome. Okay, so we're going to go, oh, wrong way. We're going to go in order of account codes within our financial software. So I don't mean to punish you to go first, but well, you can just, let's see. Yeah, it should be in here. So let's start on. Nope, you're good.
Yeah.
So you should be on page 2 of 137. And that's a governing body. So again, when you see 410, the first, I think I always can appreciate this, but the 10 indicates what fund it is. So 10 is general fund, and then the next 3 numbers are the departmental code. And then as you continue with the numbering, it gets more detailed as into the specific line item within the department. So 10410, governing body. So we're just going to go over some highlights of the budget. All the details by line item are within your book. So again, if you've got questions, just let us know. So training, council retreat expenses, and then something that we will potentially look at this year and are budgeting for is a comprehensive review of our municipal charter. which has not been updated in quite some time, other than some changes that were done several years ago to rename you all from commissioners to council. But we think it's time. Operations and everything else regarding the municipal charter. So we reached out to the COG to kind of get a price estimate on what that would look like at $5,000. And then training room furniture, we put this in your budget because it's in this room. I spoke with Jones Onslow again yesterday about this and trying to submit for grant opportunities with it. I think we can reduce this down to $5,000 and request a grant to match, what we're going to put in. But essentially, this is for a little bit more functionality and versatility within our training room, having some tables on wheels and chairs that are stackable so that we are not operating off of the, kind of picnic tables back there. Any questions about governing body before we move forward? Very good.
Yes, I'm good.
Okay. I don't want to skip ahead on
Thank you.
anything. That's it. Admin, so personnel requests, I've talked to you all about of an assistant or deputy town manager, reclassification or a new position, as well as the reclassification of administrative assistant to the town manager or town manager assistant. Just words on the title there, but trying to take over a couple of functions with the town. Contract services, so $25,000, which we budgeted. This will actually be budgeted in Fund 55, which is our multi-use path, where we've been trying to focus any sort of grant writing opportunities with. This is the same fee that we budgeted this year that we still hope to utilize once some of those federal dollars and state dollars get freed up from the current status in which they're in. Professional services for surveying. This is essentially, we budget a little bit of money in here just in case something comes up. We need to survey a piece of property or an opportunity comes up. We don't have anything specific tied to this, but something that we just put in there at some minimal cost. Travel expenses tied to training at $88.50 for the department. Any questions on admin?
We're good.
I was enjoying the power there. And again, I'll just want to note to council while Lydia's getting ready, each one of these line items, staff does a good job at trying to indicate and list specifically what each thing is going towards. So we'll go back to admin for training, and you can see exactly what those training opportunities in which we are seeking for the upcoming fiscal year. So you all know then specifically what that money goes towards. All right, we're going to move into 425, which is human resources, and Lydia, you can take it away, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay, so my budget has not really changed from last year. There are just a couple of things that has caused it to increase, and the increase, and we spoke about this at the retreat, has become because we have brought in functions that are actually HR functions that we're bringing them into the HR department. And the majority of those are the background checks for the town that we do for all of the employees, all of the volunteers, everything. So all of that cost has been moved into the HR budget underneath our contracted services, because we did a an RFP last year and got a new company to do that with a better rate and everything on the way we were doing that previously. That also includes all of our drug screenings. Our drug screenings are done for all full-time and part-time employees. And then the access cards, the cards that get you in all of the buildings, I'm actually the one that issues those and assigns which card goes to each employee. So those supplies for that was also moved underneath my department. The other thing that I have in there is I would like to request us do an organizational assessment, much like the one we did for Parks and Rec, for the Facilities and Grounds Department. So that is an addition to over our regular normal costs that are in there. And then our lifestyle spending account, which is unfunded at this time, that's a new line item. We approved that earlier in this fiscal year after we had our delta on the savings from the health insurance. So that will all depend on where we are when we move into our negotiations on our health insurance. And our health insurance negotiations we start looking at those rates usually around in August, because our insurance year runs from October to September. Okay. Any questions on that? Okay. So the next two slides, basically, it just kind of goes over a reminder of what the core functions of HR are. There's not really anything new other than the addition of the management of the lifestyle spending account is also now one of the functions that we have to do. The same again with this. It's more of what we do on a daily basis, and by I mean me and my helpful department heads that I could not do this on my own without them, because I get a lot of support from a lot of the other department heads, especially with the policies and things. EM is extremely helpful when it comes to those things. Our town-wide benefits, we have budgeted for the increases that was retirement. There's an overall mandatory increase of 1.5% for the state retirement contributions that the town puts out. So that was issued earlier this month, so we knew what that would be. Our 401k and 457 is still our standard contributions that we have. We do have a calculation where we do take an effect inflation rate. So the dollar amount that we apply, which was $26, no, it was $28, is maybe like $29 now. There's just a slight increase in that. When we get to our insurance, we always negotiate these rates. The trends for the medical insurance is 8 to 10%. What was budgeted was actually 9% on that, and as I stated, we will always negotiate these rates. Our vision, we have a 1% increase on that, and again, that we'll be negotiating. Our dental insurance, I feel very confident that we are going to have to shop that out this year. We had locked them in for a 3-year rate so that they could not increase on us, and that is up this year. We have a extremely high usage by the employees. We have over 80% use the dental insurance. That is why we lock them in for 3 years, because we know we have a lot of usage, and on that end of those 3 years, they try to, usually it's a 33% increase. So we will be shopping that back out again on the dental insurance. The life insurance, again, same thing. We negotiate those rates out as well. And everything else is pretty standard with our HRA. It will continue to be the $250 that we have been giving out unless there's a major need to change that for our employees. And then the cafeteria plans are the supplemental insurance that the employees pay for themselves. But we also negotiate and look at those rates to make sure that the employees are getting the best rates for the plans that we have. Our employee assistance program has not changed. Last year, we increased our coverage to cover our part-time and our seasonal employees, and I have to say that the usage of the EAP has increased by us increasing it to cover our seasonal employees and our part-time employees. Those employees are now taking advantage of the EAP for mostly like for calling for counseling, because each employee gets 3 free consultations on that. And I did see, because they send us a report, there was an increase on that. So I'm very happy that you allowed us to do that, because I feel like the mental wellness of all of our employees is very important, and seeing that increase, that means that they're using it. And the last thing I have is on the Recruitment and Retention Committee, and we are just continuing to move through those priorities that were set by the committee that we, on the strategic plan on that. And we just have a list kind of going in and checking them off as we go through on that. Oh, one last thing I did not mention, I'm sorry. The pay study has been completed, and we will have them coming at the April work session to go over in detail over the pay study results.
They study for the entire,
Yes, ma'am, for the pay study market update that we did this fiscal year for the whole town. Yep.
Generalized percentage, it looks about 6% above across the board. Obviously, that's not 6% for everybody, but
That's the average for the whole town. It's about 6%.
anyone have any questions for Lydia?
thank you, Lydia.
Thank you.
Who does elections?
All right, so we will be moving into elections in an odd year for municipal elections. So this is the standard going rate in which we have to pay both Pender and Onslow. Oh no, I'm good. Pender and Onslow Board of Elections, excuse me, to conduct the appropriate election. So again, this fluctuates. Sometimes even years we don't budget for it, odd years we do. So
Yeah.
that's where this comes from.
That's in an account by itself, not under
Correct.
government body.
That's
Okay.
correct. You have no choice on this one.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, next up is information technology. 435, if you need to pull that. Mr. Ling will take it away whenever you're ready, sir.
Morning.
Good morning.
Appreciate the opportunity to highlight some key changes in this year's budget. I know we've got a lot on schedule, so we'll get right to it. Before walking through each account, I want to quickly highlight the overall budget increase and why it's necessary. This year's operational budget proposal shows an increase of 12%. This is primarily driven by two key factors: critical hardware replacements and security-focused investments. This year's budget also reclassifies several expenses to better align with their appropriate accounts. The most notable shift is if you take a look at services and licensing accounts, you'll see they are now zero. These previous allotments totaled about $57,000 and have been moved into subscriptions, ensuring more efficient long-term tracking. Now we'll walk through each account, highlight key changes. If we look at contracts, $3,400, $2,000 is for the Town Hall Municipal Complex Access Control System. This was reduced $500 and moved from subscriptions. $1,400 is for the on-call specialist retainer. It's a team that I rely on. They provide fast, expert support for critical IT issues, minimize downtime, and unused hours go toward year-end projects and planning. The services has also been moved over to subscriptions, so that's zero now. They were mostly made up of recurring costs, and it felt like the better place for it. In training, we've got $7,200. This is an increase of $3,000. This increase reflects investments in cybersecurity, including firewall training for IT staff, as well as continuing education costs. In telephone, we've got an increase of $9,614. It looks like a large increase, but it's entirely made up of a realignment of voice over IP services, which was moved from subscriptions. The actual increase is $714, and it's due to an increase in users and desk phones. The other items remain unchanged. In printing, we had a decrease of $50. This account covers asset tags used for IT equipment auditing. The vehicle, no change over current year. The gas, it did increase $100 for a second IT vehicle that was transferred from the police department. In supplies, we had an increase of $500. It covers additional shelving and storage needed to better manage our inventory. Uniforms, we decreased $100 over current year based on adjusted needs. And this covers shirts with embroidery. Subscriptions, this is one of our larger lines. This appears like a big jump, but it's mainly due to the account realignment and movement of expenses from services and licensing, as previously mentioned. Bottom line, subscriptions when combined with services and licensing from last year leaves us with a decrease of $10,850. Hardware is where we're really seeing the increase. It's the largest area of increase, and it's due to planned hardware replacements. It includes the public safety modem upgrade project for $23,000 and police department mobile data terminal replacements. The modem upgrade project, this project will replace the remaining modems in all police and fire vehicles with a modern, cost-effective solution. We've already replaced a portion of these aging units with using current year funds. This request allows us to fully complete the upgrade, reducing both initial and ongoing costs, while ensuring first responders have uninterrupted access to critical systems in the field. The mobile data terminals, the police department previously replaced their mobile data terminals every 3 years through a grant. However, with recent funding changes, this grant is no longer a reliable option. To maintain a sustainable replacement cycle, I am requesting funding for a third of the total MDT costs each year. This ensures all units remain under 3 years old, reducing failure rates and minimizing downtime. Unlike standard office equipment that's generally on a 5-year cycle, the MDTs require more frequent replacement due to exposure to harsh environments. Both the 3-year and 5-year replacement schedules are designed to proactively prevent equipment failures and productivity loss. On to licensing, that was also moved to subscriptions, as mentioned earlier. The networking has decreased $9,900. It was primarily due to completion of current network projects, and all other networking expenses remain the same. Overall, the budget ensures that critical IT functions remain fully supported while improving clarity and expense tracking. Most changes reflect reclassification, planned hardware replacements, and security improvements. This approach keeps IT efficient while staying within the tenable budget constraints. And that is it for the overall. Up next, we've got 2 capital improvement projects. They address long-term cost savings and critical infrastructure needs. The access control system for $20,000, it covers our municipal access control system, which requires an ongoing $7,127 annual subscription to function. By investing $20,000 up front, we can eliminate this recurring cost entirely. This change provides full ownership and control, reducing dependency on third-party vendors. It lowers cost on replacement parts, and it'll further decrease future maintenance expenses. This investment pays off for itself in under 3 years, making it a smart financial move for the town. The critical server replacement for $15,000, it's the town's primary IT server. It's reaching a 5-year planned life cycle in fiscal year 26. This upgrade is critical to preventing downtime, failures, and expensive emergency repairs. The new server will offer improved performance, better security, and enhanced redundancy to protect down data. The cost covers a purchase, configuration, and integration, and it'll be a high availability server into our existing infrastructure, as we will take our old existing and we'll have it for a backup. And we'll cover Starlink real quick. I want to take a moment to go over how helpful it's been to us. It's been a critical tool to ensuring town operations remain functional when our primary fiber connection goes down. When an outage occurs, we can deploy Starlink quickly to restore internet and keep systems online. This has already proven valuable multiple times, ensuring public safety, finance, and municipal services remain operational. Given the importance of network uptime, it's a small but impactful investment in our overall IT resilience. And let you go. Thank you. We made it to our final slide. We see here a high-level overview of all of our IT security tools and investments. Cybersecurity threats continue to evolve and target local governments. This year's IT budget prioritizes proactive security investments, including firewall training, phishing awareness testing, and advanced monitoring. These efforts help reduce cyber risks and ensure our network remains protected from growing threats. And that's what I've got for today. Any questions on any of that?
Do you have a current backup for the server?
Yes,
Okay.
we do. We have on-site and off-site backups.
And then with Starlink, that's able to be utilized throughout all of our town offices and facilities?
It is the way our current network works is everything connects here. So as long as we keep this hub going and we have separate fiber connections to each location, everything else comes back online.
Are we paying twice for something there? Like, should we just migrate to that?
That's actually on the plan.
Okay.
It is. For this year, I am looking at, we've come to the end of our fiber contracts. Until then, we couldn't do it because it's part of the investment in actually building it out. So I'm looking to switch over fully. Yeah. More dependability.
All right. Anybody have any questions for Jason? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And fire are already spending money, you know. Okay, next up is finance 440.
So finance had no capital request, as you guys realized from the budget retreat. The only line that we generated beyond the salary lines due to the consumer price index was our postage line, and that will be a result of our efforts for tax delinquency and foreclosure process. We mailed out close to 1,000 tax notices in February. And after we advertise, we'll be sending out garnishment notices and foreclosure notices, which will quickly burn up our postage budget for next year. So that's our plan in hopes of increasing collection. So that's the only increase we had. First try-in services, we included $25,000 in our budget for their services. If we were to do the GOB process for the multi-use path, they would help us through the voting process and lending process. So that $25,000 is included to ensure we can quickly participate in those processes if you would like. We can include that cost in the financing once it begins if we were to go that route. We continue to review our investments and pursue new options. We are meeting with NC Class in April to see what short-term options they have for our investments. We will note that currently you have money that is taken out of your investments because of our project, our dredging project, and as those funds come back in from the state of North Carolina, we will reinvest them. So that's all I have. If you have any questions, I will be glad to answer them. You will be glad to know that we are already at 97.3% collection for the year. And Donna and Wendy have worked really hard to make sure that we've gotten there and that we continue to collect, so.
Thank you, Melissa. Anybody have any questions for Melissa? Okay.
All right, emergency management, Fund 410-450, Mr. Horn.
I'll click. Thank you. Madam Mayor, Council, good morning. Thank you for the ongoing support that you provide to emergency management and for the opportunity to present the fiscal year 26 emergency management budget proposal. Hope everyone's buckled in because I'm going to blast right through this. Starting at the top, thanks to some leveraging of some free and low-cost training solutions, we were able to decrease the proposed amount by $500. In the telephone line, we do have a $1,450 increase. That's going to provide for the replacement of a cellular modem at our AM radio transmission site, as well as add a cellular modem out at the 700 megahertz radio transmission site. It just provides the ability to remotely access those sites so we don't have to physically lay hands on the equipment. It's kind of important on the AM radio side. We can craft the messages here or anywhere there's an internet connection, push it out to the site, and get it out over the air. Moving on to printing, no change over the current year's approved amount. Travel, we have a $1,000 increase, and that is taking into account the rate increases by the Government Services Administration, GSA. They assess all the per diem and mileage fees, and our policy adopted or mirrors that. Maintenance and repair, we do have a $4,000 increase in this line over last year. This is going to cover some smaller equipment items that we need to kind of round out the EM vehicle upfit. Hopefully, I can get that thing into the shop eventually, sometime between now and the end of time. So these funds will help us just with the smaller items to button that up. Gasoline, we have a $1,000 increase. That's kind of trying to forecast the potential fuel cost increases over time. Hopefully, we won't have to leverage that, but it's there if we need it. Supplies, we have no change in our request versus current year approved. Uniforms, there is a $300 increase. Again, that's reflecting that market value cost of goods and supplies these days. And the big one, I'm sure everyone's noticed that big jump there in dues and subscriptions from $6,000 last year to $34,000 this year. It's a big jump. That is due to some realignment of some items and subscriptions that used to belong under other departments, and this mainly around the website hosting and maintenance, the mobile app hosting and maintenance, and then the C-Click Fix development hosting and maintenance. So that's a new product we're going to be bringing online for our citizens to interact and engage with us, provide that real-time, hey, we have a problem, here's the problem, track it start to end, excuse me. The only new items within dues and subscriptions is a proposed radio management system. So as we're migrating from the older radios to the newer radios, different manufacturers, they require different RMS platforms. They don't, unfortunately, cross-pollinate there. So as we bring those newer radios onto or into service, this RMS will help us properly manage and track and maintain those. And lastly, I am asking for a weather analysis and tracking solution. That's a very vague description. I'm still working with some vendors. I found one. They offer a really good product. It's far more robust than what we have now. Mainly, they offer some pre-alerting features that we don't get, one being really accurate lightning detection and alerting. So as we continue to expand our parks and field facilities, open green spaces, we'll be able to utilize that system to kind of track these incoming storms so we can give pre-alerts for lightning strikes, lightning detection, so we can make those informed decisions should we postpone or pause an event or maybe even, cancel it altogether. We don't currently have that, and I would really like to see that out of safety's sake for our event goers.
Does Pender County provide anything on that?
I'm sorry?
Does Pender County provide us anything on?
No, ma'am. Not that I'm aware of. We have one. What I found, though, is there's about a 5 to 7 minute delay. So, like, if you get, like in the summertime, you get those rapid storms that blow up out of nowhere. By the time I get the alert on my phone or in my email, it's been storming for 7 minutes. I was actually fortunate enough to demo the manufacturer I'm in with right now. Over the past, last weekend we had the storm line move in. And from the time it alerted me that we had a lightning strike out here in the intersection, I pulled up the camera and the lights were flashing because the lightning had struck somewhere out there and kind of messed the lights up. So, and that was within 30 seconds. So it's a very robust and accurate system. Moving into capital outlay request, as we talked about at the retreat, I am requesting a UAS sensor replacement or a drone sensor replacement. The primary sensor, it's used in approximately 90% of our drone deployments. It's reached its manufacturer's end of life. It's no longer supported. I can't get firmware for it. If I have an issue, they won't even talk to me about it anymore. The proposed replacement will restore that manufacturer's support, enhance operational capabilities, and ensure continued reliability. If you recall, I believe I quoted that replacement at like $5,500 at y'all's retreat. When I was preparing for this, that cost has now gone up to $10,000. Like, I'm sure it has something to do with all of the world happenings, but there was a 100% increase there. Moving into the next, I'm so glad you're keeping up with this stuff. Or someone back there is. Thanks, Jason. You're doing great, bud. All right, Disaster Strategic Technology Resources. This is a shared initiative between emergency management and IT and addresses multiple operational needs born out of local experience and validated through lessons learned during my deployment out west following Hurricane Helene. I will see that this project is kind of somewhat unwieldy and complex, so I've broken it down in such a way to try to kind of simplify what I'm really going for here. The first one is communications and connectivity is kind of that is the nucleus of the project. The other two groups do nothing but support and push forward the communication and connectivity side. The comms and connectivity side includes things such as cellular, satellite, radio, and network technologies that ensure we can maintain resilient and reliable communication capabilities so that we can continue to talk in, out, and within, no matter what's going on. And we do that by layering our pathways or our methods of communication. The more layers to the onion you can add is better. So as you're losing services, you're picking up services down the line. And that's all outlined in our PACE plan if y'all ever want to really get nerdy in the weeds on it. So we have all the comms and connectivity gear. Obviously, it requires a lot of power, or not a lot of power, but it requires power to operate. So the second grouping there is addressing just that, the power side. Reliable power is crucial for sustaining critical communication operations, and through integrating battery backups, solar power, and fueled generators into this whole system here, we can ensure access to reliable power sources and that we can keep those critical comms gear online. I'll circle back around on that. Finally, after we got all this, we got to have somewhere to store it and somehow get it moved around. I think by utilizing a deployable cargo-style trailer, maintained and ready to use operational state, we can respond quickly and efficiently to those critical situations. By minimizing delays and removing the logistical overhead, we can enhance overall service effectiveness and operational readiness. As you can see in your slide deck there, this isn't a new concept. It's not something that I just dreamed up. There's these trailers that are out there. Unfortunately, there's not enough of them, it seems like, whenever bad things happen. So I'm really modeling this after some state and federal resources that are out there, just kind of on a more cost-effective and, I don't know, tailored to us scale. I mean, you can buy one all set up and everything for like 150 grand. So, I mean, you know, if you want to give me that money. And lastly, I'm sorry. I am requesting an emergency management specialist position again this year. Working with the director of EM, this role will be essential in strengthening our coordination, preparedness, and administrative capacity by focusing on 5 key areas. I will say I'm not the only person in the department anymore, and I see that we do have our public information officer. But as you all know, that role is very, what's the word? It stays busy, right? And it has its dedication to what it is, and that is public information. It's keeping up with the website. It's keeping up with informing our community, so on and so forth. So while that position is a member of the EM family, they do have their dedicated tasks and objectives that they have to complete, like it has to fall, everything else falls secondary. So just with that going in, I'm not trying to replace her or get rid of her. I'm just trying to get something dedicated to EM specifically. So on those 5 areas, coordination and support during special events, disasters, and critical incident operations, supporting EOC operations by staffing and ensuring operational efficiency within the EOC. This will free up our operational staff to focus on what's going on outside the walls instead of trying to figure out what's going on out there and maintaining some semblance of operational efficiency in this room. Another big one is enhancing preparedness and resilience through training delivery, engaging in community outreach and public informational programming, and developing and evaluating disaster exercises. This is something that I would really like to get more involved in, and if time were not finite, it would certainly be a lot easier. This position would be very integral in getting a lot of our public outreach efforts a little more robust, other than 1 or 2 times a year. Because we can split the load and get out there. Managing resources and general administration, including budget support, grant application and administration, and participating in working groups and planning committees. We all love our grants. So I would like to say there is such a thing as free money. Melissa can tell you that is not necessarily the case. It might be free, but you're certainly going to work for it. And lastly, project support and coordination with a key focus on supporting accreditation through the Emergency Management Accreditation Program. I don't know if you might not remember, but several years ago, I did start the process of trying to seek and achieve that accreditation. It is a very rigorous and arduous task. It's not something that they give away. I think, and it's by design, right? So there's over 100 different check boxes or tasks that an agency has to fulfill before they give you that accreditation. It's a gold star, right? Like, you work for it. The side of that, though, is it requires an immense amount of staff dedication and focus. Like, you could spend a couple of months doing nothing but just trying to get your accreditation through the door. So if we did get this position, that would be one of their primary goals, would be help us get to that, across that threshold and get moving on it. So aside from that, that is it. I don't know what my time was. I don't think it was too much, so I will certainly entertain any questions. And again, thank you for your opportunity and your continued support.
Thank you, James. Anyone have any questions?
Nobody?
All right.
Figure someone would be asking questions on that trailer from Nerd Heaven. I mean, I love talking about stuff, John. You know this.
I know.
Thank you all.
10-465, this is where the town budgets our insurance costs. So this covers things like workers' comp, premiums and claims, and our general insurance premiums, and unemployment claims. So we did increase $50,000 for potential cost increases there, but other than that, it's pretty cut and dry with the insurance expenditures for the town.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you. Next is 10-470, or legal. Brett strategically did not attend the meeting because he's requesting a large increase. Just kidding. We've just wanted to increase this a little bit. We've been working on our foreclosure stuff and bringing back the revenues to certainly cover these additional costs. Also, too, as we continue to approach beach nourishment projects, et cetera, it's necessary for us to move forward with a little bit of an increase with the legal. So if there's no questions, then we are on to 501. Carla, what time did we have? Okay, that's up to the mayor and board.
Okay. Everybody good for a break? Sure. Have some lunch?
All right.
Okay, we got 30 minutes to finish this up. All right, Kyle.
Thank you, Carla, for coordinating all that.
There you go.
And feeding us a very modest lunch here. So, next item on the list for budget presentations, Public Works Building 501, 10501. So that would be Price, if you wanted to come and give some overview of this, please.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. This is a very light budget. All this does is maintain the current Public Works Center, which is a shared complex between utilities and facilities and grounds. Contracted services, pay for termites, different functions along with to keep the building up. Telephone, utilities is pretty much electric bill and the natural gas. Total of $13,000 a year to keep it up. Like I said, it's a general fund item, but there's no other expenditures, no personnel, nothing like that, just strictly contracts and electric bills.
You guys definitely live within your means in that building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to 10505, Facilities and Grounds. Chris Carter, if you'll give us an update.
It's still good morning right now. Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council.
Morning.
Dale. All right. We'll make this kind of quick. The first slide just goes over some of the town services and other things that we are responsible for with the miles of road, the right-of-ways, public sidewalks. I forgot to take the bridge off of there. We do not do any bridge maintenance anymore. That now falls under stormwater with street sweeping and all of that. But again, this is just, with the dog park, athletic fields, buildings, parks, these are just some of the things that we do maintain. A couple of services we provide are the trash can rollback service and our vegetation pickup service. These are two really good things that we provide for the town. Again, here's some more town services with the street maintenance. We do all the street signage, potholes, paving, everything, litter. We have the parking lot maintenance for all the pivot parking lots. We do everything from signage to putting rock in, filling potholes, the same thing. Every restroom throughout the town we maintain. That's daily cleanings, and then plus a couple of times a year we go in, we paint the walls, maybe replace some of the fixtures inside of the restrooms, depends on what gets messed up. Beach maintenance, we're cruising the beach, not always on a daily basis, but we try to get out there as much as possible just to help get the debris off, whether it be litter or house parts, whatever. We have a lot of things that come up. Vandalism we deal with. We were actually out at the skate park earlier this week trying to remove some of the graffiti that's been put on there. Vegetation cleanup, town buildings, all the maintenance around them we do. There really isn't too many changes in my budget for the year as far as contracts and different things like that. The biggest differences in my budget for the year will be my personnel request, and I have one personnel request for facilities. The reason for this one right here is I have 4 people that work in that department. Anytime that we have an emergency come up or we need to respond to something pretty quick, I have to pull Ed off of a job, and that can involve, if he's out there working on an access, that can involve 30 minutes worth of tool cleanup and everything else. Just for him to go deal with a 20-minute issue. Sometimes that hurts us because depending on what time of the day it is, that could really, stop him from being able to go back and finish certain projects that he is working on. So the reason for this person would be to be able to take care of those emergencies that come up. So that way we can focus on the bigger projects that Ed works on. We've got one project, a fence that's going on over at the community center right now. We've had to pull off of that about 5 different times. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There it is. And again, this person would also be part of all the maintenance stuff. If we need drywall repairs done, toilets, urinals to be replaced. This person's going to be will be well-rounded in a lot of different things. We don't expect them to be a pro at everything, but definitely somebody come in and do a lot of stuff throughout the town. This is just going to save our facility department and hopefully allow us to be able to get more projects accomplished throughout the year. That's one of the biggest tasks. Something else that this person will be able to do is last year we delivered 107 beach wheelchairs. That number continues to rise. So this is something else that this person will be able to do without it involving a facility supervisor and their right-hand person. So that would be most of the reasons for the facility personnel request. Along with that would be a vehicle to go with them. The other changes in the budget that you're going to see mostly reflect the personnel request. It's going to be uniforms, it'll be insurance, that type of stuff that's really being changed inside this budget. Another personnel that I am requesting is a full-time solid waste technician. These people, they are the ones that roll back all the trash cans throughout town after GFL empties them. Right now we have 2 part-time. They are allowed about 19 hours a week, which is not a whole lot. I have 1 full-time. These guys also cover the weekends, so they're working 7 days a week. So the reason for another full-time person will be just to try to help Buster, which is my one full-time person, throughout the week, get these cans rolled back so our part-time can focus a lot more on the weekends, and we would actually free up a few hours on the weekends so they could actually work on some other tasks as well. But just to give you a little overview of what these guys are doing, again, they're rolling back all the trash containers, that's trash and recycle. They're doing access sweeps, parking lot sweeps. They work over at the community center, where all the town buildings, everything like that. They are on the island quite a bit. Well, actually, the island's about the only place they are. We have a few town facilities that they come to the mainland to roll the trash cans and all back. But just a quick overview, on Mondays and Tuesdays and Wednesdays, they're rolling an average of about 13,500 cans. When we have our second trash pickup come through, they're rolling about 9,000 containers. And we have more people coming onto the island, so these numbers are going to go up. So again, this right here is being able to give us more hours during the week to allow to get this service done. There are some days that if GFL goes down, if we have issues with anything that we have, it puts us behind. So just having the extra people will allow us to be able to catch up if we are behind because of GFL or something that we have. We do try to pull personnel from other departments if we can, if we are behind. Unfortunately, that puts us behind elsewhere. So we more or less are trying to look and see what needs to be done, what the most important, and we make our choices then. I also had on here one full-time administrative assistant. I had been working with other department heads on combining this person. Some of the things that this person would be doing for my department would be like event setup coordination, answering resident questions, preparing documents, assisting with contractors, project updates. They would be working with the supervisors on anything they need, whether it be personnel issues, getting paperwork together for them. I don't want to go into this one too much. I know this is going to come back up later for y'all, so I just wanted to give a quick overview of what this person will be assisting me with. The other department head will give some more information on this right here, so I just don't want to go too much into it. But really, these are my biggest changes for the year in my budget. Everything else, like I said, is mostly stayed the same. The only changes are what it will take to cover these personnel right here. And that would be 2 vehicles, one for the solid waste department, and then again, one for the facility side. We've actually had 2 different trucks go down this year, so right now we're working, we're swapping trucks out back and forth, just trying to keep them on the road right this second. So just, having better equipment, my guys, they might miss a few hours if they have to go put the truck in the shop to get something done. That's just something else that comes up. So, unfortunately out here on the beach, they are not in the best environment, so things tend to break quite a bit on them. But it would be 2 vehicles, one for solid waste and one for the facility side. And more about the only changes that I have for my budget.
So I will say to you guys, his position for solid waste and his vehicle for solid waste are not in this budget, 505. It's included in the solid waste budget, which we'll get to a little bit later, which is 580.
Can you just answer my question? I got lost.
You said 1 person in 1 car?
For this budget, yes.
Is there enough from what's generated with the solid waste contracts to support the personnel that we're looking at?
That's what we are determining right now with the new solid waste contract. Looking at what our solid waste fees are, I think I'd already kind of alluded to it, that we're most likely going to have to look at an increase with it.
Any other questions? Gary?
Thank you. Have a good day now.
Okay, sorry, Mayor. Moving on to 510, Police Department, Chief Voorhees. I think he's gonna be uncomfortable sitting down addressing y'all, I don't.
It's okay. Good morning. It's good. Is it still morning?
Yes.
We're in the afternoon yet?
4 minutes.
Okay, 4 minutes. It's good to be here. Good to see everybody. Buckle your seatbelts. All right. So first, thank you all for allowing me to be here today and present the proposed budget for our growing police department. We remain committed to fiscal responsibility while ensuring public safety. Following our strategic plan by prioritizing essential services, personnel support, and operational improvements, we're balancing public safety needs with financial accountability, trying to ensure the best use of taxpayers' dollars. And this is an investment that is essential to maintaining public safety in Surf City. We need to support our officers and ensure that we have the personnel, training, and equipment necessary to serve and protect and continue to provide the services that we can provide now. Go ahead to the first slide.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you in charge of that?
I can do
All right. Contracted services, and I didn't go in any specific order. I kind of followed what was in the budget. Our contracted services line is a very large expenditure for us every year, and it provides outside services to the police department that we don't have in-house. Some of the examples of that are our body cams, tasers, our VR training, mobile CAD dispatching, our camera systems, RMS, and our early warning software, just to name a few of these programs that we run. These projects align with our strategic plan with an emphasis on our technology-driven policing. And I thought I'd give you my definition of technology-driven policing and how it really changes the game for us. Technology-driven policing is equipping officers with the technological tools they need to gather, share, and act on critical information effectively. If we put the information at the tips of the officers, at their fingertips, and give it to them and the technology they need, they are much better equipped to solve crime and serve the public. Just a couple examples of that. Our camera technology was responsible for either solving or giving credible evidence in 22% of all criminal incidents that occurred in Surf City last year. And I don't think you can put a price tag on that we solved 22% of all our critical incidents that wouldn't have, not critical incidents, criminal incidents would have gone unsolved if we didn't have that camera technology. Our body cams record every citizen interaction and every call for service, reducing liability and complaints that are invaluable in court proceedings. In 2023, there was an SBI investigation and 3 officers were investigated. Those body cam footage cleared all 3 officers and relieved the town of all liability in that incident. And I'd also like to talk about 2 incidents that occurred last year that I consider major incidents in which we had victims that endured both physical and mental trauma. Our camera systems captured credible evidence in both of those that led to the arrest and capture of those suspects that were responsible. Those proceedings are still in court, but the camera systems are going to play a very crucial role when it comes to court proceedings. Finally, the numbers at the bottom there, 143,000 was in 2024-25, and it's increased about 11% to $160,145. Some of that is cost of programs increase, inflation. Some of that is we've added some services. When we add body cams, we add officers, we have body cams, we add tasers, that extends our contracts and the contract prices go up. Go ahead. Okay. On June 13th of 2023, Council approved our hiring matrix. Some of you are here for that. We looked at industry standards and tried to stay in line with what other police departments across the country were doing and how they were hiring their personnel. And we were able to set some trigger points. We had to show a 5% increase in calls for service. And in 2024, our calls for service went up 6.2%. We do a comparison analysis, and it must show similar data compared to similar agencies. So we don't compare ourselves to agencies that don't show a influx of tourism every year. We try to go apples for apples, and we look at other agencies and what they're doing, how they're hiring their officers, how many officers they have, and what their population to officer ratio is. In 2023, our officer to population ratio was 167, and in 2024 it was 203, which to me shows me that we're moving in the wrong direction. We had to at least have 164 housing units, and in 2034, we had 234 in 2024. We also had to show an increase in special events, and last year we showed a 40% increase in special events. The final calculation that comes out after we add all these numbers together and do the calculation was 1.4 officers. Now, we had asked for 2 officers in the previous year, which is what the formula gave us, and we were only granted 1. So this year it's 1.4, and we're asking for 2 again, and I'll get into that in the next slide. But one thing I wanted to bring up and share with you is I like data, and I like to look at data and look at numbers and figure out where we're going and try to project where we're going to be a year from now. So in 2024, I looked back to 2023 at a 3-month period, 6-month period, 9-month period, and then finally the end of the year. And we maintained about a 6 to 7% increase in calls for service in that time period. And that, at the end of the year, was what related in 2024 was a 6.2% increase. My first check this year after 3 months, we're 15% ahead of last year at this time. Now, if that trend continues, this is going to be our single biggest year increase in calls for service that I've ever seen, that the police department has ever seen. So this could be a very major year for us and see a huge huge increase in calls for service. Like I said, in 2024, 2025 budget, I asked for 2 officers according to our hiring matrix. We were approved with 1. This year, the number came out to 1.4, and including the 1 that we missed from last year, I'm requesting 2 again this year. The police officer is probably the most expensive employee the town can hire. Not only do we have to hire them and pay them their $55,000 a year salary and benefits, but we have to equip them with all the equipment they use and a vehicle. And it gets very expensive very quickly. Our current staffing level is 25 full-time officers and 1 cadet. When that cadet graduates BLET, we will be fully staffed. And I think that's a testament to the work that we've been doing in recruiting and launching our cadet program. We've faced challenges that we've never faced before in recruiting and retention, and we're meeting those challenges head on, and I think that reflects in those numbers. When I look at like I said before, when I look at numbers and I look at data and try to see where we're going, the Census Bureau released some interesting numbers recently, and the Wilmington metro area from 2020 to 2024 has grown by 13.7%. That's the highest in North Carolina and 7th highest in the nation. And we are smack dab right there in the Wilmington metro area. So 7th nationally is our growth, and it doesn't take a genius to look around and see how we're growing, and we need to continue to grow. In that time period, we've seen an increase in calls for service by 25%, but have only grown our workforce by 7%. And we're currently, like I just said, we're currently outpacing last year's calls for service by 15%. Some of our long-term outlooks and our patrol needs, this year we're going to research having a beach patrol, bike patrol, park patrol, and multi-use path patrol squad that is a standalone unit of 4 officers that we can provide services and patrol those areas 7 days a week. Right now, we don't have the personnel to do that, and we have holes in our coverage. Those officers would also be responsible for manning special events. When I take officers that are off duty and bring them in to man special events, we have to pay them overtime. I take them away from their families. I take away time from their personal life that they have to decompress from their job, and it just adds stressors and costs the town more money that we'd be paying out. We also are concerned about maintaining our proper levels to respond to an increasing number of calls for service. And we also want to expand our ABC officer enforcement program. In 2023, I signed interlocal agreements with both Pender and Onslow ABC Board. We sent 2 officers to ABC training to give them the same powers as an ALE agent. ALE does a phenomenal job, and they are our partners, and we have a great relationship with them, but they are spread very thin. We have over 80 establishments in Surf City that serve alcohol. And we respond to a lot of alcohol-related incidents, and this is a proactive step that we can take to try to reduce some of that. Some of the numbers that we saw from 2024, we completed 54 business inspections. We trained 42 people in RASP, which is Responsible Alcohol Service Program, which teaches alcohol servers look for fake IDs, why not to serve intoxicated people, ABC rules, laws, how many drinks they can serve, and with the hope that giving them that information and training them in those areas, that it'll cut back on some of the alcohol-related incidents we see, maybe some DWIs, assaults, other things that we see that occur because of alcohol. We had a total of 227 charges in and directly around ABC establishments, including 15 drug charges, 11 sell or give to underage persons, 14 purchase underage, and 45 underage possession or consumption. Otherwise, without those ABC officers, we wouldn't have those numbers, and we want to expand that. We want to keep alcohol out of the hands of kids, and we want to keep it responsible, and we want to hold the businesses that break the law responsible and hold them accountable. Our 2026 patrol vehicle request. In 2024-25, we requested 5, but 4 were approved. We requested 2 extra personnel, and one was cut back, so that's why we removed 1 vehicle, went to 4. This year, again, we're requesting 5 vehicles. And working with the finance director and the town manager in our vehicle replacement plan, we set a minimum purchase of 3 vehicles every year, that we need to purchase that many to turn over our fleet in a timely process. Anytime that we hire an officer above and beyond, we have to also add a vehicle to that calculation. So that's why we have a 3 vehicle minimum to maintain our fleet as it is. And when we hire an officer, we also have to buy a vehicle for them to outfit them. Total cost turnkey on 5 brand new patrol vehicles is $300,000. That's turnkey, ready to go, ready to roll. That's the vehicle plus all the upfitting, the light bar, the stripes, the sirens, everything that goes into it. Our capital outlay equipment line, there's a lot in it this year. Again, this year I'm asking for the Axon in-car camera systems. It's a $55,000 investment, and that's a year-over-year cost that we would add to our Axon contract. Now, you may say, well, you've got body cams, why do you need in-car camera systems? And if you think about it, the body cams provide a first-person view, and it's a narrow view. And what we want to do is we want to provide a third-person overview and have better situational awareness of what the officers are seeing and what's happening in and around their person that we can't capture on those body cams. I've been in the administrative function in the police department for a long time now, but I used to be a patrol officer on the road, and I had a in-car camera system that recorded everything that happened around my car, and I didn't have a body cam. But I used that camera system in everything that I did, and I used it effectively. And my DWI conviction rate by using that camera was 100%. I've never lost a DWI conviction in any of the arrests I made in Surf City. So I'm proud of that, and we don't lose very many, but having those camera systems in place, and not only does it look forward and give us that situational overview of everything an officer does and everything that's happening in and around, it also gives us a camera that points into the back seat, that tells us what that person in the back seat is doing. We've had incidents in Surf City where we've had people jump out the window of a moving patrol vehicle while handcuffed, beat their heads against the cages till they're bloody, try to escape, and all that would be captured on camera, and therefore reducing the town's liability. There's also one other point I'd like to make about that in-car camera system. A lot of times the body cam does not show the full story of what's happening. I saw a training video recently of a traffic stop where an officer pulled over a vehicle, steps out of the vehicle, and first they show it by body cam, and then they show it by in-car dash cam. He steps out of the vehicle, and it very quickly escalates the shots fired, and he shoots the subject. And in the body cam footage, you don't see anything except for the person in front of you and then shots fired. When they pull it back and they look at the in-car view, you can actually see when he comes out of the car and he's got a gun and he turns to the officer, and that's blocked by the officer's arms. And in this day and age, if it's not on video, it didn't happen. Something like that, if we did have something like that occur, that in-car camera footage would be, you couldn't put a price tag on it. Moving on. We're asking for a new drone with night vision and infrared technology. This was funded last year. Unfortunately, another project came up that wasn't foreseen, and we had to shift some of those funds over, and we couldn't fund the drone. We're asking for it this year. We've had a critical incident just recently that we did not deploy the drone, that we had to depend on outside resources because our drone does not have night vision or infrared technology. This has come into play, and I'll just name a couple critical incidents that's come to play in. We had a double homicide on Watts Landing Road that we could have deployed our drone, and we did deploy it, but once it got dark, we couldn't deploy it anymore because we didn't have the technology to keep flying. And we just had a incident on the Surf City Bridge where a distraught person jumped from the bridge, and we didn't deploy our drone because it was nighttime and it wouldn't have helped us. Unfortunately, we did locate him quite a ways away, a number of hours away, suffering from hypothermia, but he was okay. But we certainly want to get that drone in. It's a small drone, it's man-packable and quickly deployable, as opposed to waiting for a bigger asset to show up. Our new hire equipment package is $24,000. So when I talk about hiring a police officer, we also have to outfit them with a gun. We have to outfit with them with a taser, a body cam, a protective vest, uniforms, and that boils down to about a $12,000 initial investment per officer. Our new duty firearms for $25,000 includes holsters, optics, and lights. We want to give the officers the tools they need to increase their situational awareness, improve accuracy, and ultimately reduce liability. I had the opportunity to show a few of you the technology that I want to deploy. Really putting that in the hands of the officers is giving them the tools they need to save their own life or save the life of another person if it ever comes to that. And I want to continue to provide those tools to them and give them the opportunity to do that. This, to me, is a must-have. Our firearms are starting to age. It's just, I can't overemphasize how important the new duty firearm project is to me in the department. Our new storage building for $30,000. The old PD We don't occupy it anymore, but we do still occupy the garage downstairs and keep our beach ATVs in there. At some point, that building is going to be sold, and we're going to lose our storage facility. This is a joint venture with Fields and Grounds. We're looking to build a new building in the lot behind the old town hall where the old garage is. I would share that with Fields and Grounds. He would store some equipment there. I would store our ATVs there, and we have $30,000 budgeted for that. We are looking at some traffic data collection, hardware and software for $7,000. We want to be able to track, as all of you know, the traffic in the summertime can be horrible, and we want to start to track some of that traffic and get data collection on it so we can deploy officers to problem areas that we identify before it's a problem. I got some raised eyebrows on the next one.
Can't hardly stand to see what this is about.
So when I met with the finance director and the town manager, she was chewing on her pen saying, I was waiting to get to this one, but it's very easily explainable for a sewing machine for $3,000. Right now, it costs us $10 per shirt and $10 per pair of pants for every officer to have the patches shown on and have them hemmed. We also have to pay the shipping from the manufacturer to someone to hem them and then back to us. We have an officer in-house that is a wizard with a sewing machine. And we can actually reduce our cost per uniforms because we can buy them from different vendors and have them shipped to us for free. Have the patches and hemming done in-house. And if I buy one uniform per officer per year, it's going to cost us about $600 just in sewing costs. We could also use that sewing machine to repair our outer vest covers, which are made out of a heavy canvas material. That's why we need an industrial machine. And that machine will also be able to repair our duty gear. Right now, a duty belt costs probably about $150, $175, and if it starts to fray, we throw it away. And this will give us the ability to actually be able to fix that and continue its service life. I think that if we spent that $3,000 within the first few years, it would pay for itself and pay itself back. We're also asking for an evidence incinerator for $6,000. This has been in the budget the last few years. Our evidence technician continues to ask me for this when I ask for suggestions for the budget. This will give us the ability to incinerate burnable evidence and dispose of it and keep it out of our evidence room. Right now, we have to rely on outside sources. We've burned stuff in the incinerator in Burgaw, which is not designed for evidence. It has a different function, but we've used it. And we've also gone to different agencies that are not necessarily in our immediate area. This will give us the ability to incinerate our evidence, keep it out of our evidence room, and also provide that service to surrounding agencies that don't have that capability. And the last item on capital outlay equipment is the new patrol computers. Now, IT talked about this and his phasing of buying a third of computers every year for 3 years to continue on that replacement plan. The Governor's Crime Commission that we've relied on in the past for a grant for $25,000 to help us with that cost has been non-existent the last 2 years, and I don't know if it's going to come back this year or the following year or if that money will ever come back. But if it does come back this year, we want to have the funds to be able to pay that $25,000 out, and then what they would do is they'd reimburse it back to us. We won't know until a little bit farther into the year if that money will be available to us or not. Some of our other expenditures, and I'm almost done. Gasoline.
It's froze.
Oh, okay.
It went. Go back. Go back.
Okay, so our gasoline line is going to stay the same as the previous budget year. Looking at it year over year, we're right in line where we're supposed to be. We don't forecast a rise in gasoline prices. We were able to keep that the same. Our vehicle maintenance rose slightly, and I think that's a testament to our newer fleet, proactive maintenance on those vehicles, and having the officers, having a take-home car program where the officers actually take better care of their vehicles and care about their vehicles. We're able to keep our costs down. Now, if you think about the size of our fleet and that $40,000 price tag, that equals about $1,500 a year per car. And when you think about we're burning up a set of tires on one of those cars per year at $750, that eats up half the budget per car per year. Oil changes and other preventive maintenance. So I think we're doing pretty good with our vehicle maintenance. And that's part of our vehicle plan, our preventive maintenance, and we're able to keep those numbers low. Uniforms rose slightly to, well, not slightly, but it rose to about $40,000. Uniforms are expensive, and officers wear their uniforms 12 hours a day, numerous days a year, and they take a beating, and we have to continually replace them. It's a very expensive venture, and all the other gear and equipment that we have to buy for them to keep them equipped, those costs go up, and they are expensive. Supplies went up slightly. That consists of everything from buying paper towels for the police department to community policing supplies. And we also saw our training budget rise slightly. Now, if you take into the big picture of how much every year we spend on the police department's budget to how much that training line is, it's very, very small. And we're able to do that because we seek out local, state, and federal partners to provide training for the police department, and most of that training that we go to does not cost us anything. We just have to get the officer there and back. We use the Justice Academy for North Carolina, the community colleges, other state and federal partners provide training for us. The bulk of that training line goes towards ammunition every year for training for officers, and it comes down to about $300 a year that we spend in ammunition per officer. Our professional services line at $10,000, those are costs directly related to hiring, recruiting, and our cadet training. And like I said, without that cadet program that we instituted, I don't think that we'd be fully staffed right now. Most of all our new hires have been out of the cadet program, and it's been very successful. I've been very pleased with it. Like I said, we've faced some really difficult, the industry itself has faced a difficult uphill climb in recruiting since the COVID outbreak. There's just been so many things that have happened. People just don't want to be police officers anymore. And it's been a challenging uphill climb, but to be able to maintain and say that we're fully staffed at this point has been a project and something that we're proud of. But in closing, we remain committed to serving the community with professionalism, efficiency, and fiscal responsibility. With our calls for serving have increased 25% over the last 4 years, demands on our officers and resources continue to grow. Our budget increase is a strategic and necessary investment to ensure that we can meet the challenges while maintaining the high level of service to the public safety our community expects and deserves. I'm very proud of the service that we provide to Surf City from the Surf City Police Department, and I am truly a believer that you don't get this police services other places that you get here. I do not want to diminish the services that we give the community, and if we start cutting back and not growing with the community that we serve, that's what we're going to have to do. But thank you all for your time. I hope that enlightens you somewhat, and if we can take the axe away from Melissa so she doesn't choss my budget, we'll be all good. But no, Melissa and Kyle are great to work with, and I appreciate everything they do also, so thank you.
Thank you.
Phil, stay. Stay for
Do you have any questions?
You're not off
Stay for a couple minutes.
I was going to try and run away.
I know, so I want to talk about personnel for a moment here, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
I could talk about these to you privately, but I'd rather talk about it in an open forum so people can hear. So you asked for 2, we gave you 1, so you got 50% what you requested.
Yes, sir.
So now if you asked for 2 and we give you 1, now you're behind again. So my question is, ultimately you're asking for 2 when you should be asking for 3 because you didn't get 1 last year. Am I correct or not about this? So we're in this phase of this multi-use path, for example, and this multi-use path in the next couple years will span Surf City. And there is going to be miles part of that that are not patrollable by vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so if there's an incident on that, it has to be somebody on a police officer on a bicycle or somebody on a Segway, whatever you set up there. So from the time you interview to the time they're fully in placement, how long is that process?
It's about a year.
Okay. So let's say that the multi-use path is in a year and a half. Let's just say that. And then we don't continue to give you what you want. And now we're tracking farther behind. Is that correct?
That's correct.
By the time we get to that point.
If we don't keep up, we're going to continue to lose ground.
So potentially in a year and a half, 2 years, you could be 4 officers short or 5 officers short. And what my concern is that you have this multi-use path that we put in, and there's an incident on the multi-use path, and you cannot get emergency services respond to it fast enough, and we're held liable in the city for that.
Right.
That's how I foresee that rolling out. That's just one small portion.
That was part of our long-term outlook in the patrol function, was to have a standalone unit that was responsible just for beach patrol, bike patrol, park patrol, and multi-use path patrol, to focus on that and make sure that we have coverage there 7 days a week.
Yeah, because am I correct about this or not, too, that will some of the current officers you have, will they move over? Some of them potentially could move over into those roles, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you'll move some of them over there. So we put this matrix in 2023. Who on this council was here? Was it just John, Teresa? So Trudy and Alicia wasn't, but we were here. I find it also, if we say, for example, in my home, if I say these are the rules, and you play with it, you have to do these chores, this is your rules, and if you don't, there's consequences, but these are the rules. So we gave you a set of rules, a policy, wasn't an ordinance, right? We set this policy with you. We said, we need you to hire based upon this matrix, and then we didn't support it last year. Is that correct?
We did not hire the number of officers.
It's a yes or no. Did we? Yes. That was just a yes or no. That's all.
Yes, we didn't hire the number of officers the matrix told us to.
Okay, got it. Okay. And the next thing is this resource officer. Will Pender County be contributing to that resource officer for a second one as the first one they do?
We haven't gotten that far in discussions. This year, we're going to research if we need a second resource officer out there. I can tell you that we had 718 calls for service at the school last year, which is about 10 or 11% of our total calls for service. We put a lot of effort into that school to keep it safe. Not only is the SRO out there every day, I'm out there every day, other officers are out there every day. We're continually out there doing security checks, interacting with the kids. It's not just security, it's bridging the gap between the children and making sure that they understand who we are, what we are. And, when I was a kid, you didn't approach a police officer or talk to them or say anything, and I want to change that, and I want to make sure that they understand that we're people, we're approachable, and they can come to us with their problems if they have one. I have a great relationship with a lot of those children out there. They know who I am, and they approach me on a daily basis and talk to me, and that's through the programs and being out there at the programs at Lunch with the Law and sitting down with these kids and eating lunch with them once a month, being out there every day for security at dismissal. But back to the school resource officer, having 718 calls for service at the school last year, and we have 1,800 kids at that school on any given day and one officer there. We need to take a hard look at how many calls for service we have there, what the industry standard is across the board. Are other police departments and sheriff's offices providing deputies or police officers for elementary schools? What's the officer to student ratio? There's a whole lot of things that we have to look at before I can come back with a recommendation and say, yes, we do need that definitively, and this is why. Right now, the Pender County does provide 75% of the SRO's salary for us, but we provide a car and his benefits and obviously employ him, but they do provide that. Now, if we come back and we do have a second SRO, we'd have to go into talks with Pender County to see if they would be willing to fund that 75% for a second SRO. Haven't gotten to that point yet, so I can't say that that's a yes or a no.
Pleasure. All right, thank you.
I have a question. With us doing the ABC officer enforcement, are we getting any funding from Pender County, Onslow County, or the state acting essentially as like ALE officers to help pay for their?
We get $1 a year from Onslow and $1 a year from Pender. Monies do come back to the town, and you'd have to talk to the manager about how much that is. I don't know, but monies do come back to the town from ABC sales. I don't know those numbers, but.
Yeah, excuse me. The way that it's set up is that there's a direct contribution that goes to the Pender County Sheriff's Office, but not to the town. We get funds from ABC sales, which, as Melissa had noted, was zero the last quarter. Is because they have an investment in a warehouse, and their reasoning behind it is that it provides additional alcohol sales in our area, et cetera. And once that's paid off, we'll see those distributions. But to answer your question, no, we're not getting paid. And that was something that, we evaluated when, we made this decision that we wanted to do this locally because we were not getting the support from the ALE. We were not getting the support from, I think we found that the sheriff's office doesn't even send anybody to ALE training at that time. So we just had to take this on.
For the car camera, it's $55,000 a year,
Yes.
and that's for all of the vehicles?
Yes, that includes all vehicles, installation, maintenance, they're under warranty, and that becomes part of our contract with Axon. And part of that cost is replacement cost. And every so many years, they replace all our tasers, all our body cams, and would replace all in-car cameras to keep us up with the newest equipment.
And then for your drone, how recently have you quoted that? Because I know James talked about it earlier, and I personally deal with drones, and the prices are going up exponentially right now.
So that price, I did not quote that. I had one of the detectives quote that for me, that it's a drone pilot.
Okay.
And that was just, I guess, maybe 2 months ago that they came back to me with that price. So we'd have to go back and check.
Yeah, I'll just be prepared. If that doesn't happen quickly, those numbers are going up, especially with like DJI stuff.
Right.
And I personally think we need another SRO. I know the officer that's up there day to day is probably extremely overwhelmed in just day-to-day tasks, and that's hard. And with as many kids as we have at that school, it's nice to see you guys out there all the time. So, and I see them all high fives and getting stickers and all this stuff. So I love that part of my day. It makes me smile. So thank you.
Well, also you get 10% of all our calls for service are at the school.
That's what I was going to ask. What was that? That was 10%?
It's about 10%, yeah.
What do those calls look like?
They can be anything from a security check to dealing with unruly students, directing traffic. We've had calls for shots fired out there. It turned out, it's in the middle of a rural area. So someone on an adjacent property, deer hunting, when they hear a gunshot, it prompts a response from us to go out there. But it's whatever issue we're having at the school at any given time.
SOR is there all the time.
Yeah, and if he is out or for training or out sick, we provide another officer to stay at the school.
Response time is immediate, basically.
Yes.
That officer at the school all year round? I mean, in
No.
other words, like what happens in the summertime?
In the summertime, he comes out of the school and he goes on beach patrol.
Yeah, okay.
So that he would be part of that unit for the beach patrol. We wouldn't have to add on officer for that because he switches roles, and that's part of the reason why Pender County only pays 75% of his salary, because we use him that other 25% of the year for Surf City direct needs.
Well, and even though the SRO is there, if it's a school with almost 2,000 kids, like if one incident happens, you have no guarantee that another one's not going to happen. He's not two people. He can't address both of those things at the same time. So we end up stuck.
It's true.
Chief Borders, I noticed that you didn't have on here anywhere for beach patrol this year with your interns or however you were, these college kids that were working. What's the?
I defunded the intern beach patrol this year. I just did not think we were getting the return on our money. I would much rather have a uniformed police officer out there that can enforce the law.
I mean, because make no mistake, I don't want to spend any more money I don't want it, but I want the level of service. I want service. So as things are growing, we need service, and I don't want it. Society is in this defund. I want to refund y'all. But I want that level of service.
And there were some line items in our budget that I defunded this year because we weren't getting the return on them that I thought we should be getting, and moving to different programs. And one of those was that internship program. They are civilians. They can't take any police action. They're basically out there as ambassadors, I think you would say, just for information. Like I said, much rather have a uniformed police officer out there.
All right. Thank you. Anybody have any more questions? If not, thank you, Chief Voorhees.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, we're going to move over to Fire Department, Fund 530, Chief Wilson.
room here. All right. You wanna, I can have the clicker? Perfect.
Unless you want me to.
Let me get this a little bit closer. I'm not as tall as Chief Voorhees, so. Madam Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present our fiscal year 25-26 budget for the Surf City Fire Department. Please feel free to stop me at any point if you have any questions. The Surf City Fire Department is committed to providing superior customer service through emergency response and prevention measures. The fire department utilizes the town of Surf City's mission, vision, and core values to drive our success. In addition, we do have our own mission statement. Wrong way. The mission of the fire department is to improve the quality of life and safety of the community by protecting life, property, and the environment through an all-hazards response on land and sea. I'd like to give a brief overview of our department's background. The fire department currently operates out of 2 fire stations, one on the island, one on the mainland. We just opened a marine response station at Soundside Park. We also are the primary response agency for the town of Surf City and the Northeast Pender Fire District. And that encompasses over 42 square miles of first response territory in both Pender and Onslow counties. We utilize an all-hazards approach, which typically refers to as fire, EMS, rescue, and hazmat. Here in Surf City, our rescue efforts include technical, vehicle, machinery, ocean, and marine. Our current staffing is broke down into 24 full-time staff, which that equates to 20 shift personnel, as well as 16 part-time firefighters, 12 volunteer firefighters, and various seasonal ocean rescue swimmers. Our minimum staffing per day is currently 6 personnel per shift. We operate out of 5 divisions within the department: administration, suppression, ocean rescue, fire prevention and life safety, and training, compliance, and special operations. Some of our major accomplishments from last year: we did get our Marine 23 boat lift operations up and running. We also did a repower and electronic upgrade on the boat. We got 2 jet skis put in service that were donated to us by the Surf City Firefighters Auxiliary. We got a recertification of our USLA Aquatic Rescue Response Team certification. We also applied for 2 additional certifications through USLA for beach vehicle and jet ski operations. We were able to finalize our Jack Helbig Memorial Foundation partnership for our life-saving stations on the beach, as well as expanded public CPR courses. We did finish our kitchen remodel that added female living quarters to that building, so that was a pretty big increase for us. We also increased our certified instructors, allowing us to be able to do a lot of our career ladder courses in-house. We did have 2 significant awards handed out to the fire department this past year. We just most recently received our 2025 award for the Surf City Fire Recruit Academy, and then our Assistant Chief, Thomas Hall, received the North Carolina Firefighter of the Year award for this year. So we're pretty proud of those 2 accomplishments. From an administrative standpoint, we're managed by a command staff of 4 administrative chief officers. That includes the fire marshals. These 4 officers are responsible for over 55 personnel, roughly $20 million in assets, including 2 fire stations, a boat lift response station, 13 apparatus, 3 ATVs, a boat, 2 jet skis, and various gear and equipment. We also manage over $3 million in budgeted funds each year. We do have an ISO Class 3 rating, which we have worked hard for several years to accomplish. We should be receiving a re-inspection survey next year to reclassify that rating. This rating determines the insurance rates for our residents and businesses. The rating scale is from 1 to 10 and is based on the fire department's ability to respond to recognize hazards in the area. Now, just a note to shed some light on the significance of a Class 3. Out of 38,000 rated fire departments in the U.S., there are only about 3,800 that are Class 3 departments. And in North Carolina, there are 1,700 rated fire departments, but only about 250 are Class 3s. So we're pretty proud of that Class 3 rating. Our suppression division is where the rubber meets the road, if you will. This is the face of the organization and where the real work happens. These personnel are our biggest asset, and without them, there would be no fire department. is pretty much run by our deputy chief and our shift captains and lieutenants, as well as our shift firefighters. Their responsibility, basically maintain a constant state of readiness, respond to all emergencies. They assist with code compliance, as well as a bunch of non-suppression activities, as well as public education. Moving on to our Ocean Rescue Division. Hey, this is a newer division of the fire department and has seen a lot of focus, as well as gotten a lot of the recent glory from the fire department. And while it is a vital piece of our service, it's just one of the many services that we provide. But our Ocean Rescue Division is, for the most part, handled by Chief Hobbs and Firefighter Walker. They do all of the ocean rescue patrols on the beach, as well as flag changes, flag conditions, public education, you name it. If it happens on the beach, whether they're talking to beachgoers or whether they're responding to medical calls or actual ocean rescue, that's the staff that handles that part of our business. Fire prevention and life safety. As much as we prepare for response, we also spend a significant amount of time and energy and resources on prevention, mostly handled by Chief Burton as well as Lieutenant Van Pelt, and our shift inspectors as well. They do a plethora of community education programs as well as code enforcement. Moving on to Training, Compliance, and Special Operations Division. The training is the framework of everything we do in the fire department. Every task and scenario should be drilled and drilled until it becomes second nature. Because what we have learned in high-stress environments is when you enter into a sensory overloaded situation, your brain falls back on its memories and repetitive motions. This is true for fire, EMS, police, military, etc. Training or lack thereof is also the #1 finding in all firefighter line of duty death and significant injury investigations. And this is also where we further develop our volunteers, career staff, part-time staff, and ocean rescue swimmers. This development is a staple of our program, and we've been able to utilize our training program to develop volunteers and even ocean rescue swimmers into becoming full-time professional firefighters. What you see there on the screen are just the required training hours for our different certifications on the left, and then the annual required training hours to keep those certifications on the right. As you will see, our personnel spend a lot of time training. In general terms, we probably will put in anywhere from 400 to 700 hours of training per person while they're working. And of course, Special Operations basically handles a lot of the specialized skills and knowledge that you would have in technical rescue, ocean rescue, vehicle accidents, marine response, etc. What you'll see in our budget presentation, there are no service decreases within the budget presented. There are a couple of increases in service delivery within the proposed budget with potential staff increases and training. Moving on to our personnel request, we are requesting phase 2 of our staffing plan that we put together several years ago, which is 3 captains for the ladder truck. This is a continuation of the staffing plan. We started it 2 years ago to get our ladder rescue company staffed. This phase was not funded last year, delaying implementation. We're also asking for 1 firefighter to fill a staffing hole that created on shift from our last year's restructuring. Staffing models in the fire department are a little different than the staffing plan you just heard with PD. But our fire personnel is based on minimum standards as well as best practices, and then by geography with the density of that geography with an emphasis on ISO rating. So basically we look at population density as well as fire company locations. A most recent study of fire department staffing numbers suggested that career fire departments have between 1.5 and 1.8 firefighters per 1,000 people protected. While our population numbers are constantly rising, our best estimate is our firefighter to people protected ratio is 1.48, just under the bare minimum. But this does not factor in visitors. If we use a conservative estimate of 15,000 visitors in a day, that puts our ratio at just 0.71 firefighters per 1,000 people. And we can complicate this even further by comparing Surf City to other cities and towns that could be similar in size area, but much more density populated, if you will. I know we brought this up last year, and I just want to keep in mind, I'm not trying to be like these other cities. I'm just using these numbers as comparison so you can understand how fire departments are staffed. We cover 42 square miles. If we look at the city of Asheville, it's 44 square miles, but their population is 94,000. They operate out of 12 stations, 20 companies, 5 shift supervisors. They have about 250 suppression personnel. Their ratio to 100,000 or to 1,000 people is 2.6. Rocky Mount, very similar square miles at 43, but their population is 54, operating 7 stations, 12 companies, 2 shift supervisors with 150 suppression personnel. Their ratio is 2.7. If we want to look at something a little bit more comparison and local, Pender EMS and Fire that covers Hampstead and Scotts Hill area is a rough estimate of about 50 square miles, operating 4 stations, 4 companies, and 1 shift supervisor with 55 suppression personnel. And if we base a population of an estimate of about 30,000, their ratio is 1.8 firefighters to 1,000 people. Surf City in Northeast Pender, 42 square miles. We say we can increase our population to 20, 30,000 people in the summer. We operate 2 stations, 2 companies, 20 suppression personnel. And over the next 2 to 3 years, we're trying to get to 3 companies. That's what our ladder truck addition will give us, is 3 companies with 1 shift supervisor. That still only gives us 30 suppression personnel, but that only puts our ratio at 0.85 to 1.1 firefighters to 1,000 people. Still well below the national average. Current staffing deployment models that we have here in Surf City don't meet the best practices or standards of ISO and FPA. They require 2 engine minimum with a 1 ladder service response for all structure-related events. Currently, we only can operate 2 engine companies. NFPA identifies an adequate firefighting force and minimum first alarm assignment of 17 personnel for a single-family residence and 28 personnel for commercial or multifamily apartments. We have 6-person minimum staffing, 10 during the day, and if we factor in our mutual aid companies with Pender getting 3, 2 with Topsail Beach, 2 with North Topsail Beach, we're sitting at about 13 to 17 people in a perfect setting. We still are relying heavily on off-duty staff and volunteers just to meet the minimum standards. The community has witnessed unprecedented growth over the past few years. Emergency call response has historically increased on average of 10% per year, with a total increase of 40% over the past 5 years. We've seen a 98% increase in calls for service since 2017 when I joined the department, but we have only added 4 personnel, growing our department 20% during that time.
Say that again? Read that, just say that again to me, since you got here, what, again?
We have seen a 98% increase in calls for service since 2017 when I joined the department, but we've only added 4 personnel, growing our department 20%. You good, you got it?
Thank you.
Call overlap is also steadily increasing, and call overlap is when we have 2 or 3 calls going on at one time. We're seeing about a 14 to 18% call overlap each year. When we get our ladder truck staffed, that will add us a 3rd company, so we expect our call overlap numbers to go down. Non-suppression activities are also increasing. Fire code inspections are up 52%. Public education programs are up 70%. Training requirements are up 60%. Beach strand contacts up 15%. We know development brings new homes and population and demand on emergency services, but it also increases hydrant maintenance, building pre-plans, little non-suppression activities of those nature. All these factors affect the daily workload of our firefighters. Just a reminder that our firefighters work a scheduled shift of 24 hours a day, and that equates to 2,904 hours per year. That is already 800 hours more than our normal employees work at 2080. This does not account for overtime or special events, ocean rescue, vacation sick leave, training, etc. This workload across the country has contributed to higher stress environments that can have profound effects on health, safety, and mental health of our employees, who are our most valued asset. We must work towards a staffing model that limits these stressors as much as possible. Staffing is one of our biggest changes in our budget for next year.
Chief, I have a quick question for you while you're doing this, because we're talking about overtime. So how much overtime do you have?
A lot.
Okay, because you're
So-
short. Because you say you're short. You have to have overtime. Is that correct?
So we're not short in terms of what our minimum staffing is, and our overtime is very complicated because we work a 53-hour week and we get paid on a 14-day cycle. So while our employees work 2,900 hours a year, that's what their schedule is. If they work over 106 hours within that 14-day cycle, they make overtime. But from a cost standpoint, overtime is time and a half. But the original 1 time is already factored into their salary. So the half time is the only thing that's an additional pay, if that makes sense. So if we run a report for just overtime, it's going to be a little skewed because it's paid out at overtime, but it could be standard work time, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Yep. Thank you.
Moving on to other capital projects. Obviously, we just talked about the Station 25 expansion. Thank you for your support and trying to get this project started. But as a part of that planning phase for that expansion, we proposed a training facility as well. There is significant cost savings to be had if we could complete these projects concurrently. The facility includes a Connex box-style training center, addressing the department's current lack of adequate training space. At present, we have to be creative to replicate real-world scenarios. For required live burn and facility training, the department must make the trip to Castle Hayne to Cape Fear. Not only do we incur costs for using the college's training facility, but we also need to hire back personnel and transport our trucks and equipment far beyond our district, putting our residents at risk due to limited fire service availability during this required training. This facility could also allow our mutual aid and law enforcement partners to conduct realistic training evolutions. Establishing our own training center will allow the department to design authentic, real-world scenarios and provide all required continuing education within our community. The benefits of having a dedicated training center are extensive, and I'm readily available to discuss this further if needed. Moving on to our air pack replacement program. This year, we do need to start the air pack replacement project. This is a $600,000 project. The town of Surf City has never replaced air packs before. Our last SCBA purchase occurred in 2002. We still have air packs that are well outside of their expected life cycle. We acquired air packs through the merger with the volunteer department back in 2013, but these packs are now also outside of their expected life cycle. They are out of warranty and beyond 2 or 3 NFPA cycles. Some of these packs are obsolete. Additionally, repairs are becoming increasingly difficult due to the unavailability of parts for these older units. Without compliance with the latest edition of NFPA 1981, our firefighters lack full protection, putting both the community and our personnel at risk. We have applied for a FEMA grant to fund a portion of this project. However, I'm sure you all are aware these federal funding opportunities are currently under review, and we have no guidance right now on when we're going to hear word from these federal funds.
Chief, got a question.
Yes, sir.
Can you do that air pack replacement in like over a 2 or 3 year period of time?
The issue we have with doing that in phases is the technology can change, and if it does, then we have packs that aren't interoperable. We have some that won't work with others. We have masks that won't work with others. It's always best to do that at one time.
How many air packs are we talking about?
We have about 40 packs in total right now. If I remember correctly, we're looking at replacing 34, or actually doing just a 34 replacement unit. So that's one for every riding position on the truck.
And these are oxygen tanks that they...
Well, compressed air, not pure oxygen.
Compressed air that if they go into a burning...
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. And that includes air packs, bottles, a mask for everybody, so everybody will have their own personal mask. as well as a new fill station to go along with that. Moving on to command vehicle replacements. The fire department is requesting funding to replace 2 command vehicles. We do have a command vehicle replacement plan, and within that plan, the 2010 Explorer should have been surplused about 5 years ago, and the 2015 Silverado should have been rotated to a fleet vehicle about 4 years ago and surplus next year. Unfortunately, these vehicle replacements keep getting pushed back, which compounds the issues and extends our replacement cycle. We desperately need to get back on the department's replacement plan. When we propose a vehicle replacement, whether it's a command vehicle or an apparatus, the cost of repairs, mileage, hours, condition are not always the main factor. It's the reliability and time these vehicles are out of service that matters. Reliability and availability are crucial to our success. We must get back to our replacement schedule and adhere to it. This will save the town money in the long run and ensure the fire department has reliable vehicles for emergency response.
Sorry, Mr. How many vehicles are we talking?
2.
Sorry.
No worries. I do want to talk about our ladder truck replacement. This is a pending replacement that is a 3-year project. This replacement is going to cost between $2.5 and $3 million. Right now, we are seeing apparatus increases about every quarter. I would like to get the board's approval to begin this process of specifications to be able to build a complete picture of the cost and timeline for construction and payments. It will take approximately 6 to 12 months to build the specifications and select the manufacturer. At that time, we will be able to come back to you with a better picture of the current cost and build time, as well as potential cost increases that may be on the horizon. I know we've talked about it several times before, but we really need to get started at least building a specification and selecting a manufacturer so we'll have a better picture of what we're looking at.
So, Mayor, if I may, what's the financial impact of building the specs on that, Chief?
None.
Okay.
But when we sit down and talk with manufacturers, they're going to want to know what our timeline is. And I need to be able to say, hey, the board has said, go do this. This is what our timeline is.
So basically, they don't they don't sit down and talk to you about how to build it or what you want in it until they get a approval from
Yeah, I
the
mean,
town.
we just need, I need clear guidance from you all to say, yes, go ahead and at least do this. But there's no financial implications for that at all.
But they won't even talk to you unless you get that.
Not to the point where I can build a set of specifications.
If we start that, you say it's a 3-year process.
It's a 3-year process. If we start it today, yeah, more than likely, it's 2.5 to 3 years before we get it.
There's no ladder truck lots that you can go
No.
no.
Yeah, there is. Well, but Steve,
All right, that's funny.
Repossessed ladder trucks?
Repossessed.
Yeah.
As you will see, oh, it's going now. This thing's got a delay.
You're going the wrong one.
I know, well, I had to go back. I've hit it too many times,
Like
Melissa.
I did a while ago.
But anyway, as you'll see, we do have, when you look at our operations budget, there are increases. Most of our increases from the line item standpoint really are just increases in cost with doing business, whether it's services or supplies, and in addition to the personnel that we're asking for. One of the bigger items that you'll see is the vehicle maintenance. It's increasing right now at 89%. But that is due to 2 major repairs that we have for our reserve engine and our ladder truck. We're getting some more finite numbers on some of those repairs. I just sent our ladder truck inspection report to the dealer for a more finite estimate on what those repairs are going to be. That was sent to them yesterday, so we should be able to adjust that number some. I will say we do have some decreases, not much, but we do try really hard to find ways to cut and save. But we are seeing a decrease in our utility cost as well as our gasoline cost, fire prevention and education, and of course our dues and subscriptions. In closing, While the overall budget does show a significant increase as a whole, the majority of that increase is associated with the personnel requests and capital items that have been pushed from previous years. Last year, we were able to decrease our operational budget, but unfortunately, costs have just risen to the point we could not incorporate an overall decrease this year. We have made great strides in efficiency of operations and fiscal planning, trying to spread out large capital expenditures. But we are coming to a crossroads of sorts. It's no secret our little town is growing, and it has already expanded in substantial ways that the fire department has not been able to keep up with. I know you hear all the time that we need this and we need that, and it's for public safety. And while that is true, we are at a crossroads because we're being forced into a response model that we're not prepared for. And when we ask about preparedness and how is the fire department measured, the success of the fire department is not measured in statistics or even how many buildings are burned down. In fact, we generally are under the radar until major incidents happen. Our success is measured by our preparedness to respond to and mitigate all types of emergencies. We are a catch-all, if you will. If you don't know who to send, just send the fire department. We are measured on our response. In order to meet our expectations, we must stay prepared. We work at setting ourselves up for success, and we do this by having in-service equipment, apparatus, facilities, and training. If you will examine our 20-year plan, you'll find that the next few years are crucial. We are a young fire department. Last year marked our 25th anniversary, and we are encountering some situations for the first time here in Surf City. One important point I want to emphasize is that we cannot keep putting off the inevitable. If we continue to push things back year after year, it will only reduce our ability to provide adequate service, increase the risk of our firefighters, cost more, and take longer. We can't keep going the way we are with status quo. We have to grow with our community in order to maintain our current level of service. And I'm more than willing to meet with anybody to discuss these matters in more detail if you like. But that's really all I have for you. I appreciate your time and attention. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Got a couple for you. Well, first, I just want to say, last 8 years, this is your best presentation yet. So I just want to give you kudos. Just give you kudos.
What's wrong with the other one?
No, this is good.
A little longer?
I like facts. You're very factual. Very good. So I had a touch with Chief Voorhees earlier. You guys heard me talk about the multi-use path and how he wants to make sure that we're staffed for that. How does that affect the fire department? Because you're going to have calls of service on that path additionally. You're saying you have X amount of personnel per shift, right? So now you have a call on the multi-use path, right? But now you have a fire. So how does it, talk to me about what your plan is and with staffing for this?
So obviously what we would stack calls or prioritize calls, of course. So let's say that we're on a fire and a call came out on the multi-use path. Depending on what stage we're at in that fire scene, we may be able to release a unit with a crew of 3 to respond to that multi-use path incident. Or we might have to dispatch one of our mutual aid partners, which would come from either Hawley Ridge or Pender EMS and Fire to handle that incident. It would get dispatched to somebody, but whether we in Surf City can handle it would depend on where we are in the operations of the fire.
So what kind of apparatus are you going to use on that? He's going to use men on whether segways, whatever you're going to do. I don't.
Probably
UTVs. I don't know whatever you're going to. Whatever you're going to use. You get what I'm saying?
I would assume we would do the same. I mean, obviously, we have those assets on the beach. We don't have that asset in the mainland, so we would just have to plan for that and potentially put an ATV or UTV on the mainland in order to respond to that section of the green.
I just don't see Captain Citarelli running down the path.
Probably not.
I just don't see that happening. Yeah, for sure. And one more quick question.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that? I don't know if I got my head grasped around this patrol with a motor use path. Is the motor use path in an inaccessible area from anywhere? It's at the road, right?
There will be the portion of it will be that comes like through the park, but generally it's going to be adjacent to a roadway.
And you can get a vehicle there, and it's
maybe a mile's worth of. We figured about mile and a quarter's worth of that you can't get to.
Yeah, we don't have any major segments that are cutting right through the game lands or any major woods.
We're talking about deploying equipment and extra personnel to patrol a mile of the motor use path.
Well, I think it's more than that, because our multi-use path, if you really look at the whole multi-use path scenario, police cars cannot get on the path, no matter how.
But what I'm saying is,
silly.
I don't know that they need to be on the path. It's a bike path.
So in from the Turtle Hospital through our park, and then cross J.H. Batts Road, and then all the way down to the bridge, all that is unpatrollable. So that is a segment, and if the path's 3.5 miles, and 1/3 of it is unpatrollable by anybody but somebody on that type of an apparatus, I think that's our big concern.
I'm tracking. Thank you. I was picturing,
Okay, yeah.
I was picturing
Yeah.
a lane coming from 210 to Magnolia where we're talking about cut, and I'm thinking, man, there's a road everywhere we're talking
correct.
about. How are we not
I think
getting
to-
access to this multi-use path?
I think too, Kyle, and can you, I can stand to be correct on this, when there are additional paths, a lot of those are not accessible, like when you go up towards the middle school. Some of those, yes, when you go up towards the middle school.
There'll be one section granted if we get cooperation through Duke Energy, but yeah, that would go through the power line that would then connect over to the school, and you'll see Colonial Heights coming in, and that's going to be, they're showing on their plan that segment. It'll be within their subdivision and adjacent to the road, but that's going to be a segment that's going to get to that other outer area. But-
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, thank you for the clarification.
And on the fire truck, last thing,
Yes.
the ladder truck. So you want to staff the you need to, phase 2, did we start on phase 1 already?
Yeah, phase 1 was done 2 years ago with,
Okay.
with 3 fires. So that the entire phase of the ladder truck staffing is adding 12 people. And when we did phase 1 2 years ago, we added 3 firefighters. Phase 2 was going to be add 3 captains. And then phase 3, we could finalize with the last 6, or phase 3 and 4 with 3 and 3. So we're still 2 to 3 years out from completing that process.
I know it's a necessity, it's just such a big nut. We want to add the firefighters, now you want to get I want to get you the truck, right? Just like the nut is so big.
It's
you know.
just the way it is.
I get it, so I just want to understand that. Okay,
Yep.
thanks, I'm done on that.
Anyone else have any questions? If not, thank you, Chief Wilson.
Thank you.
Next we have planning. Kyle, you do planning?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and, yeah, please do. Spread the good word. You know our priorities. Thank you, sir. Chief's gonna go meet with, Senator Jackson, for Boy Scout stuff, but serving a dual role.
Thanks, Alan.
Yeah.
Let them know about your staffing plan and your ladder truck, please. Thank you, sir.
Anything else you want to throw out there?
Okay, so the Community Development Department, no major increases here. There are a couple of items that former director had put in here that would be tied to update of our comprehensive plan, specifically looking at overlay corridor plans, 50, 210, and out on 17. So we'll want to try to see if we could pursue those. And then the second thing, what we talked about earlier, was the bike and ped survey for 6,000. And then a enforcement truck for 55,000. And this would, I think Sean's driving that 2006 Explorer. So those were the major requests for the Community Development Department. Move over to Powell Bill real quick, 565. So we have two separate alignments here. As noted in the revenues, Powell Bill does not cover the needs of the community in regards to our road maintenance, sidewalk maintenance, et cetera. So in the general fund, we like to budget $25,000 for sidewalk maintenance. So if we got to repair, replace, et cetera. And then street maintenance contract, in which we've submitted these roadways to DOT already for next year. That list is in front of you. This goes off of the pavement condition survey and the 5-year outlook of our road maintenance program. And then $15,000 in signage and cold patch if we got to repair a pothole, et cetera. So as you can see, the Powell bill does not cover the requested expenditures for our road maintenance within the town. Any questions on Powell bill? Okay.
We'll get more.
Ma'am?
Yeah, can we?
Get more,
Still get more money.
more Powell, more Powell.
More Powell?
Pow pow.
Yeah, yeah. We need, that's perpetually on our North Carolina League of Municipalities priorities, is that the state does not meet the demands of our community. So we're pushing for it. So. Sanitation, we talked about this already, but the new request that Chris had talked about for his personnel would fall into that, and then the new vehicle. All right. Any questions on sanitation? All right, so we'll go into the PRT, or Parks, Recreation, and Tourism. So this was recommendations to follow the organizational assessment, reclassification of the supervisor position to oversee functions of the Welcome Center and special events, as well as additional part-time staff to assist with athletics and programming. Contracted services, budget increase for contracted services of $30,860. The main portion of this is to cover the outdated fire protection panel at the community center. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Melissa. So this was installed when the building was initially constructed and is out of date and out of service. We actually continue to get some sort of notifications coming from the system, and this was anticipated, and we've already been talking with our vendor on this replacement, but this is a necessary thing that we'll have to do.
I don't know. What is a fire panel?
So this is basically our fire alarm system over at the community center.
Okay.
Yeah. So
That's a good question.
I didn't know if it was a wall.
it's a standalone system that, recreation contracted services, so the bus rental, budget increase for recreation bus rental of $3,200. That's an increase of $200. That's just to cover the increase for our summer camp and Pender County Schools bus drivers. Again, it's a pretty good deal for us to be able to use their buses, their personnel to cover those costs. That gets factored into the summer camp fees in which we are charging. Maintenance and repair. So there's a $2,000 increase with this, and that is to yearly maintenance of wax in the gym floor, painting within the facility, and then the gym is in need of repainting, and those costs continue to increase. The continue with equipment. So this is a keypad system for the community center fitness room, is where the $2,000 increase comes in. Been working with Jason on this to start looking at an option that we could expand, so we're prepared for future community center expansion. So we may drop this down to 4, and then have the additional when those come online. But our contract with Breva, I believe, is expiring. So Jason has a solution that will be consistent with other town facilities, and we would like to implement that for the community center. Dues and subscriptions. So this would be a new line to cover the cost of Starlink, and that will go over Soundside Park and the Recreation Complex Park. And what this is doing is helping feed our camera system out at those facilities. So hope to be able to get those in there, as we know that those things are needed. just for all the activity that does occur. Athletics, budget increase of $5,000 to cover jersey and uniform costs. Oh, we went black.
Another quarter in there.
There we go. Okay. As well as an increase in the number of sponsors with the addition of yearly team sponsors for banners, replacing existing banners that are wearing out. We have a budget increase of $13,000 in athletic camp expenses, and that's for instructors' pay due to adding 2 additional volleyball camps. And again, a lot of these things are covered with revenue tied to the actual camp that's being undertaken, and then T-shirt, jersey cost increases. Wellness, again, this is a budget increase in order for us to offer additional wellness programs. We operate under the contractor agreements with the revenue split. So again, additional expenses, additional revenue, additional programs for the community. Special events, increase of $3,200. This is due to increased participation. We had a good report out of our last PSEP meeting. Our expo, this is just the latest one that we've had, saw a 35% increase from the prior year. So that means that there's an additional cost for us. Also, they're working on a new fall festival or fall event. And then also looking at the tree lighting expansion, incorporating a children's workshop. So some of those costs may change as we continue to tweak those events, as the tree lighting and Christmas plans are currently being worked on right now. So the Phase 2 Earl G. and Inez Batts Recreation Complex, that project's being coordinated with the Phase 2 subsurface irrigation project. So working directly with Price on that. And we don't think that this is going to be completed within the upcoming fiscal year, so it's probably something that's not going to get funded, or at least set aside funding for that project. But it is in here and will be in your CIP. So those are the main things on PRT. That is generally split between Fund 10620 or General Fund, and then Fund 21, which is the tourism tourism line items that cover another plethora of items. Mainly within the 621 is our Welcome Center expenditures. Any questions on PRT? I can try to go through those or answer those. I mean, you have things in here like the picnic tables and benches and playground mulch and maintenance of parks. We pay for music licenses through BMI and public restroom cleaning supplies. A lot of these things also come through Chris's budget as well, but maintaining facilities on the beach.
Can I ask what bank fees, is that just when someone uses their credit card, we get charged a fee?
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't we pass that fee on, though?
We are working on doing some analysis right now. The goal is to bring this to y'all. The way that the statute reads is that if we pass along a fee, it has to be consistent across the board. So it is something we want to do. We're doing some consolidation of card readers, et cetera, and hope to have that plan to you very soon.
Do you pass the fee along currently?
We do not. We are going to
So you eat the fee.
recommend that we do pass that along,
On
though.
everything or just Parks and Rec?
No, everything.
So if somebody pays their tax with a credit card, you eat the fee?
Correct.
Unless they pay it online through MCSJ. In that instance, they are charged a convenience fee. But if they come in and use our credit card machine, then yes, we are eating the fees for that.
And we have some other operational policies that we're changing too, so.
1.8.
Seems like an easy fix, but it's not an easy fix because we've allowed each department to piece together what they want to do. So you have one system using community Community Development uses Stripe, we use Heartland, Parks and Rec uses Rec Desk, and then you've entered into contracts that require to use certain vendors. So it's not a matter of us just deciding that we don't want to do any, we want to pass it on. It's a major undertaking to get all these parties and different things involved.
But efforts are underway.
But we are trying very hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else have questions?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sure y'all have already looked in it because you said it's so difficult, but it seems to me it would be a simple solution and to just say, hey, this year's it's an extra 3% of whatever we've charged last year. If it was $20, now it's $23.
Yeah, so what Melissa was saying is that we have contracts with the vendors that do the credit card, accept the credit card stuff. So we could just cut it off, but then we're still paying based on that contract. And correct me if I'm wrong, Melissa, but that's kind of the crux of all of it, is that we're trying to align all these contracts and make sure that we can terminate.
No, I understand we would still be paying the fee, but if we charge it up front, if we go across the board with what the new rate, the rates go up 3%.
Yeah.
Well, then you're just moving it from here to.
Yeah.
It can't be that simple. Y'all already done that.
Oh, yeah. There's a, there's a lot that goes into it, but.
It seems like that would be.
I agree. I agree.
All right,
Yeah.
carry on. I apologize.
No, I want to say, can't you just make it standard?
more.
The three, yeah, it's
Yeah,
3%.
don't call it
Because
a
it's not
fee,
going to be
just charge
3%.
more.
I mean, if it's, market's competitive.
Sure.
Right? But my thing is, it's going to be a max of 3%. I mean, so can't you cover yourselves at this stage without having to make sure all the departments get involved in that? Can't you just do that 3%?
Yeah, we could through a fee schedule adjustment, and that's something we absolutely will be looking at with this budget cycle, is all costs of services. You know, I was at a restaurant the other day, and I saw it on my bill of a convenience fee. It didn't even say credit card, it was just a convenience fee. So.
Were you shocked?
Yeah, it was $2.50, so like,
It's
you
a
know.
convenience to use your credit card. Or whatever.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
We can quickly implement the fee, but you have to have the sign-on and so in essence, for us to do it the easy way, you want the credit card processor to collect that 3% and keep it. So we're not reconciling all these, like, that's what I'm saying. Community Development uses Stripe. We use Heartland. So we're going to have to coordinate with every one of these different vendors that is 3%, and this is the machine we want to go to, and this is the process that we want to go to, and this is when we want to implement it. So
It don't look like you're doing anything today. Get on that, son. I said I was picking on James. I said, it don't look like you're doing anything
James, we
today.
need to
Jump
get
on
on
that.
that,
I have a report on my desk in the morning.
But like, and I know everybody's ready to go, but like in community development, if you go and you buy it online, you're using their Stripe system. If you come in the office and you pay Sheila for it, you're using Heartland. So you're using two different credit card systems that do different fees, that use different processes. So it's just a lot of different
Sure,
things.
you guys will figure it out.
Yeah,
We're trying.
But you all, in the process-wise, are going to have to adopt a resolution acknowledging it. We have to put signage in conspicuous locations throughout the organization in order to comply with it. But I'm a very strong believer of it because you and I are paying for somebody to pull a building permit or whatever it might be. So, yeah. But good question. It's
Y'all seem to think 3% is low. A lot of municipalities are charging like $3.80 no matter how much you pay. So you also have to decide, do you want it to be a percentage? Do you want it to be a dollar amount? How do you want to go about this? Because, again, different rates for different people.
Okay, thank you. Kyle?
okay. Non-departmental, if Melissa, you want to cover that real quick?
James, you want to come on? So, in non-departmental, we had, go ahead and allocated $300,000 to cover the salary study and the additional 2.8 COLA. I don't know that $300,000 is enough based off a 6% increase. We'll have to look at that. And then I'll let James talk about his OSHA training and materials and books.
So these funds cover the required training materials and equipment and supplies for internal staff that's required by OSHA. It's under 29 CFR 1910 General Industry and 29 CFR 1926, covering our construction folks, so water, sewer, stormwater, those guys.
That's it for non-departmental.
Okay, so getting into accommodations fund, 21, we've got several things that fall under this. Repairs to beach accesses at 50,000, general maintenance for facilities on the island, gravel for parking lots at 40,000, enhancement and beautification falls under Fund 21 under facilities and grounds. Fire department, this is directly tied to ocean rescue. So ocean rescue equipment, they want to do a safety day program where they're out at Roland Access, providing education and materials to people. Ocean rescue uniforms and membership dues. They are requesting a new ocean rescue vehicle and to outfit that vehicle that's traditionally a UTV. There's some new standards that are being evaluated right now to be applied to this. There was a tragic incident in Myrtle Beach because what we've been finding is that UTVs do not last at all, hardly on that beach. So the question was brought up about potentially utilizing another vehicle, a Jeep or something that would have a little bit more longevity and we could get more use out of it, but we do want to hold off until those standards get published so that we are compliant with it. Well, that was a quick run through with Fund 21, but all the line items are there. If there's any questions, I can certainly try to answer those for you.
Anybody have any questions?
Nope.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Price, utilities, Fund 30.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes.
So good about it.
I'm a caveat. Apologize if it seems like I'm bragging a little bit. Some of the things I've been working on with Kyle and other departments and stuff like that, we've had a lot of successes thanks to the council's vision, Kyle's direction, and some very hard work from the staff. A lot of the seeds that we planted over the last couple of decades are coming to fruit, and a lot of the changes in our budget reflect that, and I'm going to cover some of those. Is there a delay?
There you go.
Okay. The utility department is split up into 7 divisions currently, with the stormwater being the brand new one coming up on its 1-year anniversary in July. Water administration, wastewater administration, like I said, you'll see Fund 30, Fund 31, and Fund 32. Water treatment, wastewater collections, water distribution, wastewater treatment. Water administration, we are asking for, let me tell you what water administration does. These are the ones that go ahead and pretty much run the department. There's the directors, it's the administrative staff up front. They collect all the bills, do all the record keeping, deal with the public. Very difficult job. The division is asking for 2 more positions. Chris hit on one earlier. I'll cover that in a minute, but the first one is an admin supervisor. As we move forward, we are looking at opening up another public-facing facility. This supervisor will be in charge of 2 other individuals and possibly more at a later date. They'll keep the schedules to keep both public-facing facilities staffed and ready to receive the public, keep them running, keep the record, keep them for both. They'll also handle some of the more complex things, such as collecting, analyzing data. I know you've heard a lot about our AMI system and how successful that's been. That's a lot of data that can be broken down and given to the public that helps with water leaks, helps with why the bill's so high, it eliminates disputes. And other complicated issues such as that. They also set up procedures. We're always trying to do things better, look at ordinances, set policies to further clarify the ordinance. This person will also be doing that. The other position is an administrative assistant. This one is currently being filled, but that individual has shown merit and is being reclassified. I'm sorry, I was trying to think of the proper term. Reclassified to duties that better suit the town. That original need is still there. Utilities as a town as a whole have a lot of impotence on the public facing portion of the town. When somebody comes to the door, we want someone to be able to answer their questions, be ready to answer their questions. I did spend a little bit of time up front learning about what the upfront people do recently. I would say about 60% of the calls I took were general fund questions. You know, dredging project, dog licenses, trash is a big one. That center office is extremely important. Like I said, not only that, but with the needs of other staff members such as Chris, such as getting everybody on a unified work order system, having someone for staff to reach out to help with simple things. It's extremely important. So those are two positions we're asking for to fall on the existing one, which is the finance specialist, which is up front right now, plus the administrative assistant will fall under the admin supervisor. Water administration also covers, these are some of the changes, some of the high level changes. Something we do every year on our budget is we actually budget savings. We have a lot of challenges. We have a lot of successes, but we have a lot of challenges too. We don't spend money just to spend money. We spend on what we need and we save the rest because we know what's coming. If you look at the reserve line items from the water administration, that is how much our projected revenue is over our expenditures. We intentionally set that aside to save it and don't touch it because we know what's coming. We want to be prepared for it. IT cost shared. This is to get a more user-friendly customer terminal up front. Currently, there's a desktop up there. There's some security issues with that we want to make sure don't happen. We want like a touch, very friendly. Think of, excuse me, I'm not politically correct, but think of like you go to McDonald's. You got the nice screen, you touch, make it easy, right? Something similar to that. They go in there, they pay their permitting fees, they pay their water bill, whatever they need. As soon as they walk away, it's completely wiped, all their information's gone. That's what we like to do up front. Along with that, a lot of our computers are aging out. Like I said, utility department keeps stuff there as dead. Like for example, my truck, have you seen what I'm driving in? It's 2006. We keep it till the wheels fall off. Same thing with computers, we're getting to that time. Bank fees, like I said, I know you guys touched on that a second ago. I'm gonna hit on that again. They're going up for two reasons. One is we're growing at a remarkable rate. Like I said, I had a conversation, I recently turned in my local water supply plan. Since 1990, we've grown at 6% year over year, and we continue to do that in population. Not only that, but a great success of the town is we took over billing for Onslow County. To give you a background on that, for many years, Onslow County billed on our behalf and took a percentage of everything they collected. We took that back upon ourselves. We are now collecting those revenues, but as a result, we're also getting those bank fees because they're paying us directly. Telephone and postage have went up, mainly because of Onslow County. We are now servicing all those customers. We got direct lines of communication because they're now our account holders. But also, the state has mandatory education that we now have to mail out. Before, we've always used websites. The state came back with our latest inspection and said, that's fine, not good enough. We want physical mail-ins. Contracted services are decreasing because we are phasing out a contract employee. Hopefully that employee will be replaced with one of the full-time employees. Water treatment, there's a significant increase in the sewer bill. Traditionally, we do not charge ourselves a sewer bill. We are, in this case, 10% of the town's 10% of the town's total sewer capacity is eaten up by that water plant processes. And since we have divided the funds between water and sewer and they cannot intermingle anymore, we are making the water bill pay a sewer bill since they're using up so much of our capacity. Contracted services went up. That is because that plant is now 17 years old. Things are starting to break. We got hit hard this year. We pretty much wiped out a line item within the first month. We're trying to accommodate for that. Capital outlay, we put money in there just because sometimes when things break, that's outside the norm. It breaks big. Things cost a lot of money when something breaks at that plant. And it technically qualifies as a capital expense. Water distribution, this is where I get to bragging. Water distribution and wastewater collections is the guys you see out in the, except for stormwater, you see them guys too, but the water and sewer guys you see out in the field. This is a significant decrease. It's down to $8,000 for contracted services. When C&D was started in 2010, that line item was $500,000, right in the middle of the Great Recession. The reason it has decreased is because at that time we depended on everything for contracted labor, road borings, any water main breaks, anything like that. And what we've done over the last 15 years now, we bought more and more equipment. You probably see me up here asking for a new piece of equipment. This is where it's paying fruit. We hire staff that can run the equipment. We trained them up, and we are no longer contracting out. I'll give you an example today. I don't know if you knew about it, but we had a water main break today. It happened at 10 o'clock. It was done by 12. Water restored. If this happened in 2010, we'd have to shut down, start calling around, see who's available. We might get it fixed within 24 hours. Professional services. We'll cover a little bit of this later on. This is to analyze the current system development fees to ensure that the rate is needed to accomplish our goals. What we really try to do is anything that is, any expansions that are due to growth, we try to shift that cost to the developers, not the ratepayers. It's worked pretty good so far. Now you do got a little bit of a mixture because we do have aging infrastructure that needs to be replaced. Last time we did a study like this was 2017. Things have gone up dramatically, and we want to make sure that we are charging correctly what new development should be paying. $50,000 for that. I did just get a cost estimate, a confirmed contract while I was sitting in this meeting. That is an accurate number. RPC inspections, that is going down to a general statute. Like I said, normally we pay about $60,000 a year to test everybody's RPZ every year. New general statute says we can't do that anymore. That is every 3 years now. So that is a cost savings to the town. Capital outlay equipment is some of the new equipment we're talking about. The skid steer has become extremely popular. Currently, Facilities and Grounds is the only one that have one. So every time we need it, we borrow it. We're going to purchase that, a dump trailer, and a well point system. Sewer fund. Dues and subscriptions are going up. Part of another law that got passed last year, DEQ said they needed more money, so they doubled all of our fees. The reserve, you see in your line items, the same thing as water. This is sewer. This is our expenditures versus our projected revenues. Whatever that surplus is budgeted, is not touched. These subscriptions, the same thing I already mentioned, just different permit. Wastewater treatment. Contracted services have increased greatly. This is mainly due to the digester. As we treat wastewater, a byproduct of that is sludge. That sludge needs to be hauled off and applied elsewhere. With the new digester that's currently being constructed, that will go down. That allows it to settle more, and you get more solids, less liquid, less of a cost later on. This is the cost of expansion. The professional services increased due to design work with data collection. this gets a little bit hard to explain, but say we hire an engineering firm and they need data collection. We could pay them to do it with their surplus. Or we can say, okay, you tell us what data you need, we'll contract it out, pay 30% less. That's what that is. Us saving money by paying for it directly instead of going through a third party. Capital outlay increased due to a new truck. Currently, wastewater plant has 3 trucks, aging from 5 to 10 years old. None of them are rated to haul equipment. This new one will be a 250 to haul equipment. Also, unplanned additions to the new digester. It's the same kind of thing. If we need a modification to that digester, we get the contractor to do it. He gets his markup. Otherwise, we wait till they're done, have the money in the budget, do it ourselves for a fraction of the price. Stormwater Fund 32. This is pretty simple. When we do our revenues, like I said, we're enterprise funds, so a little different. We do not budget beyond our projected revenues. We make our own money, we have to. So we do have a model for stormwater, but we do not have the historical data yet to justify it. So we are keeping it flat, the budget, as a safeguard until we are proven right. If we outperform, that goes into savings, helps us later on, but we don't want to risk running a new department into the negative based on a model without historical data. Perpetual fund. These are all of our big projects. A lot of times these are funded through grants, appropriations, system development fees, and also rates. These are a little different where the operation budget ends at July 1st. These keep going until the job's done. Digester is currently under construction, $5.3 million job. That's going to help us with sludge hauling and expansion later. That's through a $4 million appropriation we got and system development fees. That's what's paying for that. Brine discharge in his final design, that takes some of that 10% sewer capacity out of the water treatment plant, discharges it into intercoastal waterway. What that's doing is pretty much taking the brine, which is salt water, and dumping it into salt water. NPDS master plan, this is our discharge. This is our long-term solution. We are currently awaiting for NPDS permit. That's being currently paid for our system development fees. I'm sorry, NPDS, like I said, that's discharge. I don't know if I said that. Subsurface phase 1 is now complete. 5.1 million, that added 240,000 gallons of capacity. I can do the math if you need that in homes to our existing capacity, allowing for all this new building that you're going to be seeing here pretty soon. Post-EQ Basin is currently under permitting. That's $4 million. We got a $1.7 million appropriation to help pay for that. Stormwater implementation, we did some cost saving. Originally we got a $400,000 grant to implement the stormwater system last year in stormwater department. We did some cost saving measures in there using in-house labor. Didn't use that all $400,000. So instead of giving that money back, we are reallocating that $400,000 to study a stormwater solution in the Del Mar area. Excuse me, not Del Mar, the canals. This is originally 3 projects, but we collapsed them into 3. Well 6, Subaqueous Crossing, and North Shore Pipeline. That's currently under permitting, $6.3 million. That is a no interest loan with a 25% forgiveness. That should be under construction hopefully right after summer. Well, it'll be under construction sooner than that, but the portion the public will see will be right after summer. Scalping plant, UV upgrade, and subsurface phase 2. Again, 3 projects we grouped together. It's in preliminary design. Total cost being $35 million, of which $20 million we got appropriation for. Preliminary design, that's like Kyle said, was tied to the park project. We're going to try to front end the park project first. That do not hold that up, but that's all under EOP. It's permitting system that goes through the health department, which is much quicker than a DEQ permit. The water treatment plant basis of design, excuse me. This is complete. What we needed to do is figure out how to double the size of the water plant. This is a very preliminary study, and also how to tackle the forever chemicals, PFAS, Gen X, how to tackle that issue. They have came up with a solution, and we should be getting a scope of work to go ahead and start design of the new water treatment plant. That'll be coming to you in the next couple of months. We have figured out a way to cost effectively remove those forever chemicals from our water and to double the size of the plant. So they're currently working me up a scope to start that design work. RCCP Phase 3, which is the stormwater project, very similar to what worked so well on South Shore Drive, is going to Seahorse and Charlotte. That's currently in the final permitting. That should be under construction, the Seahorse portion, hopefully by summertime. The Charlotte Avenue portion we're going to delay a little bit just to see how the costs come out. But it will get done. It's just timing. RCCP Phase 4, that is the Roland Avenue Stormwater Division and the Mecklenburg Stormwater Project. That is currently under permitting as well. Roland Avenue would be the first one on that, with Mecklenburg be coming later, all within the next year and a half. And finally, the facility expansion. We should have a cost on that by the end of the month. And we're looking to get started on that pretty quickly. Town Hall is full up. Public Works is full up. We need the space. I think it'd be a great benefit to the town to have that open and have 2 public-facing offices. I'm open for any questions you may have.
I got one.
Sir.
Subsurface phase that you said was completed to $5.1 million.
Yes, sir.
That is that the Juniper Swamp?
That's Sarge Martin.
So it's subsurface at Sarge Martin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I was thinking that's where the digester was.
That's where the digester is at Sarge Martin.
And all that's paid for, it's done, it's online.
It's online, yes, sir. 240,000 gallons a day.
So our last field trip over to the right, they cleared all that.
For some reason, I knew the digester was there. I just didn't, for whatever reason, I didn't realize that was a subsurface.
Yeah, subsurface to the right, the digester is on the left.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
David?
Thank you.
Okay. Pivot parking? Parking?
Radios.
Radios.
Radios. We ready?
Radios.
Good.
This was-
Radios. All right, well, hello again for the 3rd time. It's not a great following price with all those numbers, but the 2 lines you see here have been accounted for generally in our being the emergency management capital outlay and capital improvement projects. And conversations we've had with Kyle and Melissa, we decided it was best to keep these in a perpetual fund because it is going to be a forever ongoing process so long as we're using radios. It is broken up into 2 parts. Again, there's the system side, so like the infrastructure side, and then there's the subscriber side, which is what police, fire, us, and eventually some of our general services staff will have access to as well. They were the same prices or the same values as the previous years. No updates there or no increases there.
And 4, James.
That's it. I'm talking about radios.
That's good. That was good. Quick. I like it.
Thank you.
Did you get away with that?
Y'all are tired.
Teresa.
Okay, I'm gonna roll through the parking Fund 81, covering expenditures. Generally, we budget expenditures for maintenance and repair of parking lots, as well as parking supplies. So things like signage, golf carts, those types of things all come under here. So this is where we are budgeting our expenditures for parking this year.
Any questions on parking?
Nope.
Thank you.
The next item is Beach Nourishment Fund 81 expenditures. This year, we're actually going to have broken up the beach nourishment expenditure line items to cover travel, training, beach nourishment supplies, and then reserves, which is the transfer. Prior to that, we basically would just, make expenditures out of the beach nourishment fund that were consistent with that. However, we wanted to kind of set this up more so as a departmental budget. So that's what you see there. Again, keeping consistency with, what we're working on. This does include $15,000 for the sand fencing program, and then the $30,000 for beach grass plantings. So again, just a quick update, order for sand fencing, we found out that's going to be 8 weeks out. And then the beach grass plantings, Carla will be working on that very soon. So we will have that program for this year as well. So happy to answer any questions. This covers our trip to DC, byway conferences, et cetera.
Anyone have any questions?
Heck no.
Okay.
Great job, everybody.
Yes, fantastic.
Don't forget the Arbor Day
Arbor
celebration.
Day today.
Right now. Like, when
You have
you
enough
leave
time to
this
use the
restroom.
restroom and go to the park. I love you.
Thank you, Melissa.
Yeah.
We're glad you didn't have a heart attack, and,
Motion to adjourn.
do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.